1 year, 1 mic, 2 retards, and ambition to spread stupidity.
Scooby-Doo is a lot more intelligent than a 2-year-old. What? What is it?
Mexicans can.
Mexicans can. Okay, we got a couple of good ones. Oh shit, hold on.
We should be able to own tactical nukes as citizens. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and my non-binary pals. This is another episode of the Taboo Tater Tot Club,
where we discuss anything that interests us, whether it be morbid, disgusting, or just generally frowned upon to interact with and talk about. Did you ever play Pop Tropica?
I didn't. I know what it is, but I played similar types of Club Penguin type.
Oh,
stuff.
Yeah. Cool. Did you know that got shut down?
Yeah.
Everybody fucking knew that. I don't know why I'm asking.
Yeah. Some of that kind of stuff that I played was like Willy Wonka online type of games. It wasn't like 100% similar, but it kind of had that vibe of early internet, hub of video games.
Yeah, the Flash.
The Flash, not animations, of the Flash games type of stuff.
Flash. We had to take everything off the shelves so that we could move the shelves. So we did that, and I swear we started to take things off of the shelves. And I swear to God, every time I looked over at the new guy, I didn't even care to learn his fucking name. He is literally and will always be new guy to me. Mm-hmm. Or retard. Or idiot. Or get the fuck away from me. I looked over at him. You want to guess what he was doing? Take a guess.
On his phone.
Yep. So, but then I looked and I saw his scorpion was in place. Now, keep in mind that I was the one that went and actually explained how to use the god thing. Because the goddamn thing. The god thing.
Yes.
Instead of Godfather, god thing. Because it can be a little intimidating to look at first. But once it's explained to you, it can't be any more simple. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, he paid attention. Maybe I was wrong about this guy. So we start to move it. And at this point, he's still on his phone. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll bring it up to the fucking supervisor. Mm-hmm. And not the crew supervisor, the actual shift supervisor. Because he's the one that's actually going to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
So, we start moving it. And then the shelf starts to topple. So, now, and this is the part, this is where I'm going to get a little aggravated.
Okay.
Because, as you recall me talking about earlier, the news agency said that there was an execution style kill. He was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
Hey, motherfucker, do you know what time it is? It's time for the Taboo Tater Tots podcast show Extravaganza!
Huh?
Extravaganza!
Yeah, I got that part. The rest of it, though. Are we already recording?
Yes!
Oh!
We're recording!
Well, you might...
Hello!
You might want to do that again.
No!
But how are people...
Fuck it!
You know
Do
what?
it!
Why?
Harder!
Okay.
Faster, stronger, better! It's our 1-year anniversary, guys. Hello.
It sounds like you're, like, coaching me on how to have sex. You're just, like, in the corner of the room, just harder!
We have shit to talk about and do.
Okay.
Not just us, but past us.
in future.
Those poor fuckers.
No, it's just past us now.
Yeah, it's just past us.
There's
In future, you have to edit it all together.
I know.
But past us have already done the segments of the show.
And I think, personally, I think they turned out pretty well.
Yeah.
There were some hiccups. A lot of hiccups.
Yes.
But every time we try to do a big project.
At first, I was like, we have so much time. We could just do it all in 1 week. Why don't we just do that? And then Morgan's anxiety is all like, no, we have 3, was it 3 or was it 4 whole weeks?
3
weeks. It's like, no, we should start now. I'm like, okay, whatever, just to satisfy you. And thank God we did. Mark 1 for Morgan was right. Extravaganza!
We have too much fun.
Yeah. Usually we record this during the daytime, but it's like almost time for me to go home. Almost. It's
10 o'clock.
2 hours. I got 2 hours.
It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 10
We
o'clock.
normally record these maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah. But
6 at the latest usually.
I had a sudden burst of energy. I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, at first I was like, I don't want to record, and then all of a sudden I was like, hey, bro, take your meds, let's record.
He doesn't want me to talk about it, but I'm gonna talk about it. He got a dick up the butt, and that's why he has so much energy.
Ooh, boy. No.
You're welcome for exposing your major secret.
In case you guys didn't know, Morgan's stupid.
Yeah! I mean, Morgan.
Also, I am not 100% straight. I still don't know what percentage I am, but it's probably less than 100, but more than 50. Because I've only ever been with one dude, and it was okay.
I don't think I'm comfortable with you anymore.
Really? I was gonna say, what do you fucking what?
But I don't care what percentage you are. I am always gonna be making the fucking bi jokes.
Okay, that's fine.
Good, because
Bisexual, more like bye, get out of my house.
every fucking LGBTQ parent.
Yeah. Probably.
There's
hopefully not.
There's some good ones out there. Wasn't your ma supportive?
No.
Oh.
No, she's mega ultra Christian, and I mean, she didn't say that she's gonna take me to conversion therapy camp. Well, okay, I don't think I ever told her that I was bi, but I identify as gender fluid, not trans, because I probably would never get the surgery, and I only feel that way sometimes. But anyway, I told her about that, and she didn't say like anything really too awful. She just said like,
get the fuck out of my house, you fucking stupid slut.
No, she should have, but no. No, she just said that the enemy makes us confused to keep us away from God or something like that, and that I'm just confused, and that
you know what, that is a very valid response. It's better.
It could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Okay, let me rephrase that. It's a valid response
for somebody who's Christian,
forced into that position, who is in probably a state of denial and a state of shock. That is a very, very positive response in my book.
Yeah.
So your mom gets another.
It's actually really funny because for a while, when I was single, between my ex-wife and my current wife, it wasn't a cam show type of thing. It was called You Now. I don't know if it still exists. It's like Omegle, but you don't get to just swipe through things. They have like categories. It's kind of like a diet Twitch, but only for like just hanging out, right? I think you could actually plug in OBS and do stuff with that, but I don't remember. My internet was too shitty to even consider that. Yeah, but I would get into drag and dress up and put makeup on and stuff and hang out with people online. And then before I crept out of my dungeon, I would like wipe everything off and be normal. And then I don't remember when it was, but recently, like within the past year, my mom was like, is this your makeup? She found it in her bathroom. And I was like, no, that's Alex's. And she's like, I know you're still like that. Is this yours? And I'm like, no, it literally is Alex's. And she's like, well, either way, get it out of my bathroom. I'm like, okay. And like, I was like, well, I mean, she's not stupid. I'm sure she knew. Like, I don't know if she knew if I was doing that at the time, but I'm sure she knows that I'm still like that sometimes. Which,
Yeah.
And she doesn't bring it up, which, thank you. But,
You're awesome, Nick Sma. I almost called you David.
David,
I don't even know a David.
you used to.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, not anymore. Anyway, yeah, that's not what we're here to talk about. That was a little side tangent. How are you?
Little side tangent?
Little side tangent. Yeah, a bi-tangent.
I feel that way too funny.
Yeah. We haven't recorded again for about a week. So,
Yeah.
like an actual podcast episode.
Yeah, well, things have been very hectic, as you know.
Yeah.
Between trying to stay on top of the regular scheduled shit, we're also trying to stay on top of the anniversary shit, which really, and this is gonna sound dickish, but it's easy for you to just come in, record a video, okay, I'm done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
I know.
but there's me who's like having to plan everything and like structure the video and like, okay, I want to do this edit, I want to do this edit, I want to transition here, I want to transition there. What do we put here?
Yeah.
Shit like that. And then actually doing the editing too.
Yeah.
So
No, I get it.
It's a lot.
I get it.
And
Also, we're trying to do some side projects too.
are we?
Well, I am.
Oh. Am I?
You've done Morgan Plays once or twice before, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to do at least one gaming stream a week over on Twitch on Taboo Couch Potatoes. Right now, I'm in the middle of Mass Effect 1 and Star Wars Battlefront 2 by EA, the newest one. Those are the two story-driven games that I'm playing for Nick Plays.
You should be like Nickelodeon Plays or something like that.
No.
I don't know. But I have actually played one of the Mass Effect one. It was fun for what it was, but
Yeah.
it didn't really hold my interest for all that long.
I need to know which one you played because I haven't played all of 2. 1 is kind of and 3, which this might be a hot take. Don't crucify me. I think 3 is the best,
It might have been 3.
but everybody else says 2 is the best.
It might have been 3, but regardless, my opinion shouldn't carry any fucking weight
Yeah, Which
because
I've
I
actually-
was like fucking. I don't know. This would have been on 360, so
yeah, quite a while ago.
I was young.
You're what, 4 years younger than me?
How old are you?
29.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I was about 15, you would have been like what, 11, 12?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Oof.
Oh god, I feel old. Like that seems so long ago, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. But I'm playing the Legendary Edition, which is like a not a remake, but a remaster of all 3. Which I'm playing that one for the channel, but I do want to go back and play the original games for 360. Just to witness all of its janky glory, especially the first one. The first one was fucked beyond measure. That game is held together by super glue and duct tape. I remember playing the first one, the 360 disc on Xbox One, and even that was pretty bad. There were a lot of textural issues and little graphical issues, and one time I accidentally killed one of my partners, like friendly fire, and his body got stuck in like in like a bar stool, because we were like, there's a shootout in a bar, and it was just completely game breaking glitch, because if you got too far away from the body, it was like do not
Pass go.
don't abandon your teammates, basically, and it wouldn't let me go. Yeah, so I'm like, oh well, that's fucked.
But like every game, not genre, but franchise has issues.
Yeah,
it just depends on how well the game testing is. And for smaller studios, which I'm pretty sure whoever made
BioWare for Mass Effect,
I know of them now, but probably back then they were
like
probably
2007.
They were probably like in some dude's garage or something.
Yeah, I think they started making the game in 2005 and it came out in like 2007, 2008.
So like it has room to be shitty in some spots.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna look at a game developed by one person and go bad because the fucking letter on the title screen is a little crooked or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, for the size of studio it was in 2005 or whatever, it's a really good game for whatever resources they had. The only thing that I could notice in the remastered version of 1 was that there's a character named Ashley, and her eye is like noticeably smaller than the other, and also sometimes when she like moves her head really quick, her eyelash doesn't move with her head at the same time. Yeah.
Well, that could also just be a side effect of how things were modeled back then, because believe it or not, 3D modeling does change, and it changes very rapidly.
I'm sure it does.
And the coding that affects all of that has to adjust with it.
Yeah. So yeah, how have you been? What other than being busy with this shit?
Stressed.
Anything else?
Stressed.
Shut the fuck up. That's it.
Stressed. Life has kind of been kicking me in the balls.
Yeah.
With steel-toed boots covered with cinder blocks.
Fuck. Hold on, just really quick. Fuck. Cut this out. It's so stupid that we have to put in the work chat that we passed meds. I forgot to do that. So, yeah, I've been okay.
I wasn't.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead then. Fuck you.
Well, now I don't want to talk about it. It just feels like I've been getting kicked in the nuts fucking repeatedly.
Yeah.
And, that's been on top of the anniversary thing.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't have my life problems, I could probably handle it a lot better.
Yeah.
But guess what? I have life problems, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Anyways, how are you?
It's fine.
I don't fucking care.
Okay.
Doesn't feel good, does it? Go ahead. Karma's a bitch.
Anyway, it's just fine. Just not a whole lot going on with me. Me and my wife. By the way, could you please bleep out her name? I forgot to. Actually, no.
Yeah,
no, I think I've said her name on podcasts before.
About 20 times by now.
Okay, I'm sure I have. Yeah. Anyway, never mind.
I know for a fact you have, because I know for a fact I have.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I remember the first time I slipped up, I was like, I was like, I'm so sorry.
No, you're right.
And then you were
remember
like,
that.
she's on YouTube already. Dude.
Yeah, no, yep.
Check
Yep.
out Alex does a YouTube.
Alex does a YouTube's if you like Sims content or art content in general. I think she has like 2 different videos about like doing different things in like After Effects or Illustrator. I don't remember. So she has the Adobe Suite for college, her college stuff. She's going to school to be an animator. Anyway, we figured that depending on how big her stipend is, her next stipend, which is going to be in May, which is when our anniversary is, that we might go to Yellowstone. She's been wanting to go to Yellowstone for like 10 years again. I guess she went when she was a teenager. And she said that she would like to go with me so we can see the bears and the geysers and stuff, and maybe we'll spend a night up there, a night or 2.
You are going to become bear feed.
No.
You specifically.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Bears love things that can't run.
I can run, just not for very long. And it's not even because I'm fat, it's because of my heart.
Okay, now I feel...
Doesn't feel good, does it? Just kidding.
I don't know. I imagine it feels about the same as your heart after you run.
Maybe.
We're so nice to each other.
Yeah. So, if that is all we have for the intro segment, we're going to kick it over to past me and you for our Scammer Payback segment.
That was actually a lot of fun to do.
Yeah, it was.
At first, it was sketch.
Yeah. There was the because it's cut up in 2 different segments. The first segment was the first day.
They know.
Yeah.
I edited it specifically so they would know.
Yeah.
I literally put at the end of part 1, well, that recording session was a fail.
Okay. Well,
Hopefully
yeah.
next time will be better.
Yeah. So here we go. It's right now. Thank you, past us or future us. Fuck. We're recording this segment first.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I am fine. Right now we are recording the. I don't even have to say it because we already introed this in the future. But scam numbers. We're going to be using Morgan's old landline telephone to call scammers and see how far we can fuck with them.
Not very far because, well, I like to take it too far too quick. It's just how I roll, ladies.
Okay. Just dive headfirst into it.
Oh, you know it, and that's why they have to get surgery when I'm done.
Anyway, the reason why we are doing this is because scamming people out of money
Is scummy.
is one of the most disgusting things a human being could do, especially the younger and or oldest of us. That is especially heinous, and there is a special circle of hell for people like that.
My dad is there.
Real quick story, because it's relevant.
I'm not sure if you shared this one on the podcast
I think
or
we
not.
have, but I think it was one of the earliest episodes.
But you know what? Fuck it. We'll do it live.
So, my grandfather, once upon a time, got a phone call from me. Can you imagine that? From me. In the state of Nevada, in which I have never been. This me sounded so much like me that my grandfather almost fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. This was really soon after I got out of all of my legal troubles.
Troublers?
The first time I had ever been to jail was because of driving without privileges. So it was soon after I did my probation, I paid all my fees, and I got off. So this was semi-believable at that point. But it sounded a lot like me. I was telling him, hey, me and my 5 friends, which at the time I only had 5 friends, went to Nevada for a wedding. and we got mixed up in some kind of a fight or something. I think the person mentioned that there was alcohol, which fits at the time.
At the time.
Yeah, at the
Really?
time. Look, I only have a drink maybe once every 2 or 3 months, man.
I'm just giving you shit.
Okay. But at the time, I was so deep in drinking, it wasn't even funny. Anyway, so he knew that I had a drinking problem, this person. They knew that I only had 5 friends. They knew that I had just gotten in trouble with the law, just got done being in trouble with the law, obviously, or else I wouldn't have used the excuse that they were in jail. And my grandpa was like, "Who is this?" Because I guess they didn't say their name. And it's like, "It's me, even use the word Papa, like I do. It's like, "It's me, Papa, Nicholas, your only grandson." And he's like, "Okay." He's like getting with it, like, "Okay, I understand. This is my grandson, And he says, I need you to send me like some wild number, like $5,000, $10,000. Which they obviously didn't know that my grandpa had already told me, like, "Hey, you have one more chance. I will bail you out one more time, and if you get in trouble again after that, I'm not bailing you out again." And
Which, by the way, the last time he bailed you out was because it was bullshit.
because it was a technicality, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was all like, "I already told you, I'm not gonna bail you out. You got yourself in trouble. You need to fix this yourself." And he's like, "But what about this and that and the other thing?" And he even knew that we were Christians, because I guess he used the line of like, "Well, you know, what would Jesus do?" or something like that. I don't remember exactly. And I guess that pissed off my grandpa enough to just hang up the phone. And then he's like, "Wait a minute, I better check, call his daughter, my mom." And he did. It's like, "Hey, where's Nicholas?" She's like, "In bed." It's like, "Are you sure?" It's like, "Yes." "Go check." And my mom's like, "Okay." And I was asleep at the time. I don't remember if I had a job at the time or not, but she checked. It's like, "Yeah, no, he's in bed." It's like, "Are you 100% sure that is your son?" It's like, "What is going on, Dad? Why are you talking to me like this?" And he's like, "I will call you back and let you know everything that is happening." And he got off the phone with my mom. I need to pull this back up. And you know, reported the number to the police. And
Which does nothing.
Yeah, we don't know if anything happened after that.
Didn't.
But probably not. But
Because it was either a spoofed number
oh yeah.
or a burner.
Yeah, because he was like, "Well, I guess he knew what the Nevada state code was, and it wasn't a Nevada code, like the first 3 numbers of the phone number."
Wait, so hold on. They weren't even smart enough to use
A Nevada code? No,
Yeah,
no. Because it was, I guess it was an Idaho code, and I think it was. I remember him saying something like, if this person was really in jail, don't you think it would be a Nevada code? Obviously, it wasn't a Nevada code. So, yeah, that's my experience with the scammer. I've never been scammed before, or even anybody even trying to scam me before, because I'm always like, "Oh, a foreign accent is trying to talk to me about my car's extended warranty or this, that, and the other. No, thank you, I'm good." And then I usually hang up.
Didn't your mom get scammed at one point?
Not like that. She just got her credit card information stolen, and somebody in Saudi Arabia tried to buy something for like $700, $800 or something. It wasn't exactly a scam. They just got her credit card information.
Probably like a fucking hack or some shit.
Yeah, something like that. And it was such a pain in the ass because it was the beginning of the month. It was like 2 or 3 days after she had gotten paid from Social Security and disability. And we couldn't use that money for a good like 5 days. And we're like, "Well, can't she come in person?" My mom, "Can't she come in person and pull out cash so we can, you know, fucking live?" And they're like, "No, unfortunately, the whole account is frozen." So we had to borrow money from my grandparents, and as soon as we got the card, the new card, we had to give them the money back because we were like, hey, we need shit and we can't do anything about it. And they're like, no, we understand.
Yeah, like
But-
it's a shitty situation, and the only one who doesn't suffer is the one
the
that
scammer, yeah.
the caused it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my reasoning for feeling okay about this.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just fucking fun to do.
Do you have any experience, like any family members or you yourself ever gotten that far into a scam, at least?
Willing, like knowingly, or
Yeah, knowingly. Well, no, just in general.
I mean, I've gotten. One time I had a scammer believing that he was gonna get some absurd amount of money from me.
I mean, like that. I mean that's a good story, but I'm just saying, like, where you or anybody in your family have ever like,
That's why I asked knowingly
close.
or unknowingly.
yeah, gotten close to being scammed, and you're like, wait a minute, or something like that, or like have gotten scammed, because I don't think anybody in my family has ever like actually lost money to a scam.
Actually, now that I think about it, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
just tell one story.
I only got one.
Okay.
Even though it happened multiple times
Oh, okay.
from the same scammer
Oh boy.
to the same family member.
Oh. So tell a story.
This poor kitten needs my help. It wasn't a kitten.
Oh.
But I imagine it being something like that.
Uh-huh.
So, my grandfather, who's not very grand,
Okay.
or a father,
Okay.
because he's dead,
Oh.
thankfully. My dad's dad.
Oh.
Need I say more?
No. I mean, anybody who raised your dad is probably the same or worse.
No comment.
Okay. Cool.
He got a phone call, and he was on the phone for literal hours,
Oh.
to the point my grandmother, who sweetest lady, she is the one part of that side of the family I miss.
Mm-hmm.
She called me and was like, hey, something's not right. I was like, okay, I'll be over.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was the front door.
Oh.
Like a knock. Knock
You
on the
can
front
hear
door.
it. I farted. My ass blew you a kiss.
And so I go to my grandpa and I'm like, hey, what the hell are you doing? You know, who are you talking to?
Mhm.
And I forget what he said, but he essentially said, I'm giving money to a good charity. And I was like,
Are you sure about that?
what charity
Mm-hmm.
calls you randomly, first off?
Well, to be fair, sometimes the Salvation Army and other charities do cold call people in bigger cities.
Yeah, this was in Kimberly.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if they do stuff like that out there.
As far as I know, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I never lived in Kimberly, but I spent a lot of time out there,
Mm-hmm.
obviously.
Yeah.
And I've never witnessed anything like it. So, and I wish I could remember the fucking charity that he thought it was. And
Sleazers for geezers.
probably. Probably why he went to the grave so fast.
Oh my god.
Not fast enough, though.
Sorry, go on.
He was like, okay, fine, I won't donate.
Mm-hmm.
2 days later, I get a phone call from my grandmother. He had donated
Oh no, how much?
too fucking much.
Oh.
I don't know the exact details, but it was over 1,000
Oh no. What the fuck?
from their savings account.
Damn it.
And obviously she was pissed,
Yeah. I mean,
but he was not a nice person in the slightest.
mhm.
So her being pissed made him pissed, and then she tried to avoid him. We'll just put it that way.
Okay.
So-
that wasn't as fun of a story as I thought it would be. We got 15 numbers. Hopefully we can get at least 45 minutes to an hour of content out of these. We have a couple that we actually know what they are. One is a business scam. They're like, oh, let us help your business thrive. Call us and do this shit. Another one is an airline scam. Don't really know a whole lot about airline scams.
I do. That's why I said I have the perfect character for this one.
Okay.
And they're one of my personal favorites.
Okay. We have I think 2 toll scams. One is actually from my own phone. Which is like, oh, you must pay your over outstanding toll fees for something about your car. What? And then Morgan has the notebook. I forgot what the rest of them are.
Ransoms.
Yeah, that one's kind of vague.
That's really it.
Okay.
Bank scams.
Oh, bank scam. Yeah, that was one. Just like tear that page out and then be very careful with it though. Don't want to rip it in half. And then look for whatever the fuck you're looking for. And hand it to me. Oh, that was not just about it. And then we got an Apple support scam. Those are always fun.
I thought you said Apple support.
No, I didn't. I was
My
going
bad.
down the list. And then a virus scanner scam. Those are my personal favorites. The ones with usually the Southeast Asian accents that are like, "Madam, you have the virus. Please go buy Apple gift card." Those kinds. Those are my favorite. So.
Okay, so I have a total of 6 more.
Oh.
I don't know if these still work because I came into possession of them 2 days ago.
Okay.
So it's a big if on these. But I've got one from Ohio, one from Idaho, one from Vermont, one from Mississippi, Texas, and Indiana.
Okay.
So hopefully one of those will work.
Okay. I really don't care which ones I do. But except for the virus one, I want that one. Other than that,
Then I'll take the Apple one.
if you want, whatever.
I fucking hate Apple, so.
Okay. So let's get started.
I was gonna ask 1 or 2.
Hit 1.
Oh,
You idiot. Why the fuck wouldn't you hit 1?
because there was another option.
Yeah, and the other option was not doing the scam.
Yeah, that's true.
Why would you choose no when the goal is yes?
Okay, what am I in debt for?
You're in debt for purchasing too many cock rings. No, don't do that.
I was like that.
No, actually, you tried to start a business
Selling cock rings.
specifically lubricants, all lubricants, engine lubricants,
Anal lubricants.
sexual pleasure lubricants. Your name is Lewis and your business.
It's the lubricant man.
Well, no. The business is called Louis Lubes.
Hi, I'm Obi,
Hi, Lindsay.
and we want you to tell us how you're staying sane in what seems like an endless barrage of chaos and apocalypse, because we have our ways of coping, but we'd love to hear from you. How are you coping? How are you trying to stay sane, or how are you staying?
Please leave your message, and we will be addressing it on the next episode of MobiPod.
I shove a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. That's the only thing that I can think of. Obviously, that's some kind of a
Podcast thing.
podcast or a
We should've-
radio show or something like that.
We should have been like subscribed to Taboo Tater Tots.
Oh, fuck, we should have.
Call it back.
No, No, we already spent that one. That's fine. So my idea is calling our senator and just leaving inane bullshit on his answering machine.
That might be a little much.
Why?
Legal?
Well, just once per office.
Okay.
It's not harassment. I was gonna say I
And
will do
legally,
one.
they have to listen to it.
Yeah, I will do one and you can do one. Do you want Boise?
I do not want to do one.
You don't want to do one?
No.
Okay, fine. I'll do it twice. Fuck it.
I do not want my voice to be there.
Okay.
It's bad enough that it's my number.
Well, yeah, but you're getting it disconnected soon.
Yeah. Not soon enough.
Yeah. So this is U.S. Senator Mike Crapo. Crapo, whatever. The only reason why I'm doing this is because I fucking hate him because he is against like LGBT rights and he is extremely, extremely pro-Trump. And he wants to be butt buddies with Trump and I don't like him. So that's super cool. We're gonna do...
I want to be butt buddies with Trump.
Why?
Money. I'd sell what little soul I had left for money.
Okay.
Please dial 1 when done.
Fuck you. Even for an Idaho number? God. Do not do this. This is not... Don't do what I say, not as I do.
Yeah, even I'm a little worried about this one. Because I don't know the legality of it.
Okay, we'll just do it once.
After office hours.
Mm-hmm.
Hours.
Thank you for calling the Boise office of U.S. Senator Mike Crapo. If you're calling during regular business hours of Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and received this message, we're currently assisting other constituents. To leave a comment for the senator, please leave your name, address, phone number, and a brief message. If you do not wish to receive a response, please indicate such. You can also visit the senator's website at www.crapo.senate.gov. Thanks again for calling.
Hi, my name is Michael Shanahan, and I live at 441 Main Street in Nampa, and I want you to know that I am pregnant with your child. God damn it! I tried so hard.
I'm gonna have the cops showing up to my house on Monday.
Okay,
I want to put this recording on a flash drive in case the cops do show up.
Oh?
So I have proof that I'm not the one that did it.
Oh. What are they gonna fucking do?
I don't know, but as to where I'm on probation,
Just be like, I didn't do it. I have recorded proof. It's this dumbass. And I don't even care. Just give him my home address. Just be like, hey, this is where this dude lives. Go question him. Be like, hey, did you do this? I'll be like, yeah, what of it? Free speech, bitch.
free speech is a thing.
Yes.
That is true.
Yeah, I'm not harassing him. I only did it once. So fuck you. He is my representative in Washington, D.C., and I don't like the shit that he says or tries to get passed in legislature, so he can suck my fucking ass. That's what I want him to do. How about that?
No, he can't.
He can represent my fucking anus.
No, he can't because he tries to ban it.
Exactly. Anyway, do you wanna try one of those? literally suck my pee-pee hole. Hey, I have a yeast infection, so that would be extra protein.
That might be the grossest thing I've heard all year.
All year? It's only March.
Exactly.
Hello?
Hi, is this Wells Fargo? Hello? That was not, in fact, Wells Fargo. Don't call that phone number. It was probably
I'll bleep it.
a normal person.
Just call them back and let them know that they're being spoofed.
No.
Yes. It is the right thing to do.
Okay. Hey, sorry about that. Your phone number was on Reddit. I think your phone number is being spoofed. Sorry to annoy you like this, but yeah, just wanted to let you know. Sorry. I was doing a YouTube video trying to call scammers and mess with them, but I got your phone number. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. Hope you can do something about it. Bye.
Hope you can do something about it.
What the fuck else am I supposed to say? Good luck, bitch.
God. Usually all you have to do is just change your number.
1, 2, 4, 3, 8, 9.
Oh no, it just
4,
sounded like you did not give
3,
a shit.
5. Well, I don't. You're gonna have to probably bleep out some names. What's your mom's name? Okay.
Hello.
Callan, your mother's name is. You have 3 brothers. One of them is Morgan. The other is Mason.
Mason and Logan.
I forgot them, so I just hung up. Just to see if he'd call me back or start freaking out.
I'm waiting for a text.
Oh, he's calling me back. Mason. And also, I don't know who you're talking about. You weren't supposed to know!
God damn it, Caleb!
I remember his voice every time we talked, every time we played, the videos I heard, everything. I remember his voice, no matter how deep you make it, no matter how high you make it. I remember his voice.
Were you freaked out a little bit?
No, I was like, well, at first I was like, okay, this dude knows Morgan because you named Morgan off first. And so I was just like, okay, well, it's someone.
He was going in chronological order, though.
Huh?
He was going by chronological order.
Like oldest first.
That's fair.
We're doing a video. We're trying to do scammer payback and maybe some like prank calls. And this video is super ass. So I was hoping I could scare you at least a little bit and at least have some footage to work with.
No.
Oh, do you want to retry it? I'll actually. Oh, you can try. I'll shoot one of you two a text with someone's number. That you could try.
Okay, we're gonna try this again though on like a weekday. I think we got like maybe 1 or 2 phone calls we could probably use in this, but no.
Okay, so I have a tip. If you're gonna do or try it with me again, you gotta like deep voice because your voice sounds so you gotta make it like Batman. You gotta make it Batman.
Okay.
You were giggling as you said, who?
Yeah.
That was fun. Me and Mom were in the middle of a important conversation. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, see you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi. This is the another day of us recording us doing more scammy, pranky things because last time we did it, we didn't get a whole lot of good stuff, so we're doing this again.
Because we did it so late.
Yeah, because we did it so late. You have an actual scam number that tried scamming you today.
Well, it didn't try scamming
Well,
me
you know what I mean.
today. It came in.
Or was it yesterday?
What is today?
Today is
So 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay, you're gonna try and call it on the house phone and see what happens.
Yep.
Let's see if we get some
so
good.
This is
good response.
This is for Tatiana. Sounds hot.
I have a cousin, Tatiana.
Sounds like something I want to put on my burrito.
A cousin that I don't like. Wait, what? Something you want to put on your burrito?
Yeah, it sounds like a hot sauce.
A hot oh, okay. Hot sauce.
I have the virus. The virus. I just want to watch my monkey porn.
Someone call the cops!
Shut up, William! Get back in your basement!
Very cool.
A little bit of improv for y'all.
How do you spell your last name?
Jameson, Jameson.
Congratulations, today you are eligible to receive up to $100 shopping reward, which you can use at Target, Home Depot, Walgreens, Best Buy, and many of your favorite stores. And you can buy anything from electronics, clothing, and all the way down to groceries. We are going to send this reward at your mailing address. What is your zip code?
83301.
Mailing address. How do you spell that?
C as in Charles.
Go ahead.
That's it. It's just C Street. Hello?
So, I didn't find your address. Can you please reconfirm me your zip code?
Yeah, it's 83301.
And your mailing address?
C Street.
After that?
That's it.
No, what is the city name?
The city name? Oh, Burley, Idaho.
How do you spell that?
Burley.
Are you sure you're giving me the correct address?
Benchod, of course I am.
Okay.
By the way, Benchod just means sister fucker. Yeah, I'm not giving them my actual fucking address or Morgan's. Fuck that. Even though I didn't give them an actual address, just make sure to bleep out the numbers.
Don't go anywhere. You've been upgraded to our new savings line where you can save hundreds of dollars. Press 1 to continue.
I forgot to put deodorant on.
Thank you for calling to claim your reward. Can I have your first and your last name?
Thank you for calling to claim your rewards. Can I have your first and last name? No. No, you're lying, actually. You suck at your job. Thank you for calling, Nick.
Well, we got one.
I wanted to be more clever, but that guy was just so obnoxious.
Yeah.
Like, his voice just irritated me, so I had to mock him.
What in God's name is this shit? Somebody got
Dave.
somebody got a text from this number, and I'm gonna try calling them. They said, my car broke down on the road. Can you come and take a look? The person who's supposedly getting scammed says, is this Randy? They say, oh, sorry, I think I entered the wrong information and caused a misunderstanding. I hope I didn't cause any trouble. They say, cut the crap, Randy. I know it's you. Where's my money, bitch? Don't even try to tell me that you gotta pay child support. We all know you ain't paying those bitches. Crack ain't free, and you miserable weasel, says a whole bunch of other stuff. And they reply with, God is riding a white horse, holding the sword of God, and immediately something like, damn, okay. I'm getting a Bible study over here. Poetry. Oh, there's a second one. God is riding a white horse, holding the sword of God, and immediately swinging the sword towards your asshole. You leave my tender starfish out of this. You know very well I only took God's sword in the bum the one time. Very cool.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Lame.
Why the fuck did he say that so fucking, like, rhythmically?
Help Dex? That's what I heard.
Sorry, what was that? Put the mouthpiece up to your mouth, brother. I can't fucking hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. That is much better. Apologies.
Yes, how may I help you today?
Yes, I'm calling about the shipping deal.
And what problem you're facing?
I'm poor.
Just get that. How may I help you?
You're asking about the $100 deal.
I'm asking about the $100 deal.
Okay.
I'm calling back. Fuck that guy.
Try hitting 1 as soon as the little machine picks up.
Thank you for calling Help Desk. Please hold on. I'll connect you with one of our experts.
I got the same guy, didn't I?
Probably.
Here I am giving you a fancy nickname.
Okay.
Mickey Pooh.
Hi. Please listen carefully as the number you have dialed may have changed. Calls are recorded for quality assurance. We need to get you to a live agent. In order to transfer your call, we need to let you know you have been selected for $100 in rewards. Press 1 now to be connected. Again.
Hello, thank you for holding. My name is Crystal. I'll be helping you claim your $100 rebate voucher today. Calls are recorded for quality. What's your first and last name?
Michael Shanahan.
Can you spell your last name for me, Michael?
S-H-A-N-A-H-A-N. ANONAHAN.
Thank you. And what's the full address you'd like us to send your $100 rebate voucher to?
Yeah, H Street in Burley, Idaho, 83301.
Is there a lot number or an apartment number?
No.
So it's just 10. The letter H Street,
Yes.
and then the city is Burley,
Uh-huh.
and the zip is 83301.
Yes.
Okay. I have the phone number you're calling here today as 2.
That's correct.
Thank you. What is the email that you'd like us to send the $100 rebate voucher to?
I got a couple. Let's just do all lowercase. I as in Indiana, D as in Delta, F as in Frank, K as in Kilo, 72517 at gmail.com.
72577
No, 72517.
17 at gmail.com. And the date of birth, just to confirm, over the age of 18?
Yeah, 10/8/97.
Thank you. So the $100 voucher we're sending, you could use it at stores like Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Home Depot. Those are the popular ones. We'll send a full list. Also, let you try discount saving advantage only 515 day with our shopping program. You can save up to 50% on dining, over 4,000 restaurants, online shopping, and more. If you decide you like the program and want to stay a member after the 15-day trial, do not be billed for $4.99 per card price today. If you decide it's not for you, cancel anytime. You not be billed for the small fee of $1.85. Have your voucher shipped out. What's the expiration on the Visa MasterCard you have there?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What's the expiration on the Visa MasterCard you have there?
I don't have a Visa MasterCard.
What is the expiration on the Visa or the MasterCard that you have there?
Oh, okay. 726. 0726.
16 digit?
So it's not really a voucher. You're gonna put the money on my card?
No, it's a $100 voucher that we're sending you. The only obligation is a one-time fee of $1.95. You're just paying to have it shipped out for you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to shove it up my ass and then call me Sally.
Really?
Yeah, really. That's what I understood. That's what I got from the email.
What is the 16 digits of the card that you want me to go ahead and get this done for?
It's 666 2569 6927 420. I think that's enough digits, right?
Okay, you do know that it starts with a 4 or a 5, right?
405.
I said it starts with a 4 or a 5.
What's that?
Okay, so you came on the line just to play, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck you, ho!
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah.
I want to come on your vocal cords.
Right back at you.
Thanks! I know my voice is sexy.
It amazes me that these are the things that you guys come online to do.
It amazes me how many times you try to scam people good people out of good money that they've earned themselves.
Money! Grandma!
That's very nice. So you guys call back? Or
Sopping wet pussy.
you decide because
Sopping wet pussy. Sopping with cum. Just dripping with cum in my pussy.
My vocal cords are nice and lubricated. with cum.
And you're like contractually obligated to stay on the line for as long as you can to try and get me out of my money, right?
No, I just need to stay on the line to get paid. So you can stay on the line with me. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
You're very entertaining. I like it.
I don't think we've ever been called entertaining. So, have you ever had your vocal cords cam on?
Have you ever tried to say anything different?
No, actually. No, actually, I haven't. I'm fucking retarded as hell.
It's a good thing I didn't say it.
Yeah, well. I'm glad you can have fun with this, honestly.
I'm glad too.
I gotta ask, why do people get into scamming?
I gotta ask, why do you people get on the phone and be like this?
Because it makes me rock hard!
Very entertaining.
We run a YouTube channel.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I guess that's just what you do for likes.
It's what we do for fun. The likes come and go, but the enjoyment
I really want
is
him to cut this. I really want him to fucking hang up.
the enjoyment is where it's at.
Hang up, bro. What the fuck?
You have a great day.
You too. Thanks for messing with us. Bye. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck? Hello?
Thanks for getting connected with customer support. This is Frederick. How can I help you today?
Freddy Pooh! I've been looking all over for you. Your ma was in a car accident.
Hello.
She died.
Hello.
Her head got decapitated.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry for your loss, man. So, dinner at my place?
Sorry, sir.
Would you like to have a grieving dinner at my place tonight? You know, because your mom is dead. Fucking dumbasses.
You called us for you.
I'm sorry?
You called me. Who are you?
Who are you?
You called me. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of Freddy, dude. Where's Freddy?
There's no Freddy. You got the wrong number, dude.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Frederick!
Yes, what happened?
I'm sorry?
What happened? Why are you calling us again?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. My name is James.
James what?
Patterson.
And why are you calling me?
Why are you calling me?
I did not call you. You called me.
Well, my phone rang and you picked up, so here we are, motherfucker. So what's the procedure?
Someone. Freddy. Who's Freddy?
I don't. Who is Freddy? You tell me. Also, you didn't answer why you're fucking calling me.
Why would I tell you who Freddy is?
Because you brought him up.
Sorry?
You brought him up. I don't know any Freddys.
You don't know any Freddy? Seriously?
Yes, seriously, what is going on? Is this a prank show? Oh, am I gonna be famous?
you are.
I'm gonna order so much monkey porn.
There's 3,000 people watching you live. Wanna say something to the audience?
Jizz on my snickerdoodle. Seriously though, why'd you call me? I couldn't tell if you were trying to stop yourself from laughing or you were cringing.
Both. A little bit of both.
Am I gonna be okay. I'll grab that number for you.
Star 671. Oh, actually, it's probably not 208. Say just
It might be a 208. I don't know.
I feel I really want to call that same person back one more time, but I'm afraid that I'm afraid something might happen.
Like what?
I don't know.
Name one thing that could happen.
I die? You put some kind of hex on me?
Yeah, just bippity poppity shroomy drugs.
Okay. The part that I asked you to cut out, please actually do cut out.
I don't even remember what part that was.
I guess I could just unpause it when you get the number. Okay, this is our last one. Hopefully, I can stay in character and we can get shit done.
Don't hit call yet. So this one I've been excited for. All fucking recorded.
Mm-hmm.
This is my piece of shit sperm donor. I'm not gonna insert his name. If we get his voicemail, which I know what his voicemail is gonna be, it's gonna be first and last name.
I'm gonna have to bleep it out.
I'm gonna cut that out.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm not scum.
Yeah, and we can try
like
again.
He is.
We can try again the day after tomorrow.
He'll answer, I'm sure of it.
Okay, ready?
Let's do this.
Okay.
Star 67.
Hello?
Hi there. My name is Eric, and I'm with the Utah State Voter Registration Committee, and I was wondering if you had some time to answer a couple of questions. Damn it. God damn it. Fuck.
Maybe it was because you called from a private number?
Maybe. Hold on.
Hello?
Donald Trump!
Please tell me you were still star whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just hit redial.
If that phone starts ringing again, I am not answering it.
Okay. Are one of the questions I was going to ask him was something like,
Have you ever had a homosexual experience? My answer would be yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but
no, one of the questions I was gonna ask him is like, on a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate Donald Trump's racism?
well, there you go. We did it, and it turned out pretty well, I think, actually.
Not horrible. Not horrible.
Currently Taco Bell.
Hi, can I order a Big Mac?
Hello?
Hello?
Currently Taco Bell.
Hi, can I order a Big Mac?
We don't take any orders on the phone.
Can I order Big Mac?
I have your number. This will be given to the police. Have a nice day.
For one call, no.
No.
Nice threat, bitch.
Okay, well, that spooked me. We're done.
What the fuck has this been recorded?
I don't fucking know.
It went from...
I'm a dumb little bitch and I finger myself with cactuses.
Fuck you.
I finger myself with cactuses.
Whatever, you know what I mean.
Dude, it started out shit. Like, we were not getting.
I should have star 6-dated that.
You didn't start?
No.
If the cops stop by, which they won't, but if they do, I'll be like, yeah, the bitch was just... I was just trying to order a taco.
Yeah.
For my dog's birthday. And she was
no, we'll tell the truth. Just be like, oh, that was my friend, and he was trying to call McDonald's, but he got the wrong number.
Yeah.
And the phone is old and or not. The phone was staticky, and he couldn't hear very well.
Especially on Taco Bell.
Yeah. Either way.
But no, like, it started out shit.
Yeah.
Like, we were getting nothing. And then I think the first actual good one was the girl, the lady.
Yes. So that's it for the scammer shit.
We might come back to this.
Yeah, I did bookmark the one website that we got like 4 or 5 different answers from. So
would you like to come back to this sometime?
Maybe.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of preparation. It's a lot of figuring shit out.
And letdowns.
Yeah, but
I'm just sad that I didn't get to do my airplane person.
Yeah. Maybe next time. But thank you, future us. We're gonna send it back to you guys. Wow, wasn't that fun? Fuck! We almost got debated by a senator, not representative, senator. Yeah, we called a senator.
No,
and I called a senator, and then I called Taco Bell, and they almost called the cops on us, or they threatened to. That was fun. You already knew that because you watched it. Anyway,
unless you're skipping through the video, then please go back and watch it. I worked really hard on this.
Yeah, we both shed a lot of anxiety over it.
I shed tears and blood, some of which was mine.
Did you pull your pubes out?
During the Wheel of Fortune, yeah. And here that is!
No. No, next, we're going to do our interview. We're going to ask each other a couple questions. Shouldn't take too long. And, ow. And, we're gonna answer them. We're gonna ask them, we're gonna answer them. Morgan, what color is your underwear?
Yellow.
I think I'm wearing my tie-dye Baby Yoda ones.
That's hot, I think.
No.
Next.
Okay, real question. What were your thoughts upon starting the channel, and why did you say yes? So a little bit of pretext. We came up with a podcast. We were trying to solve a dilemma. The dilemma being, I'm fucking poor. And I often have anxiety about it. And I feel bad bringing Morgan along for, like, DoorDash shit.
Even though I have said millions of times that I am completely fine with it.
I know, but, like, I don't feel nice making you sit in a car with just music. And I guess you have your phone now, so it's not as bad. But, like, and me just doing things, going around making money, and then being like, oh, can I share some of that money? Like, I know you probably wouldn't do this, but I just feel like, well, I need to give you some money because you came along.
No.
I know, but I would still feel that way.
Yeah, and then I'd be like, no. You take.
Okay.
You has. Me just... I'm like the sex doll that you put in the passenger seat, but you don't have sex with me. Do people still do that?
I don't fucking know. Anyway, we're trying to solve a dilemma of no money, a lot of problem. And I don't remember who mentioned it first, but we talked about the podcast for maybe 2 months before we actually like sat down and was like, you know what? No, this is a good idea. We should do this, because at the time I had a Chromebook and I had a shitty I think it was like a Rock Band mic, but I was like, no, if we do this, I want to get an actual like decent mic. And I think that was the purple one, or not purple, the pink one at first. It was one of these, but pink.
Yeah.
And we only had the one mic, and we did it off my Chromebook.
And that worked surprisingly well, actually.
Yeah, so
all things considered, but you got the timeline a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
So the concept, the idea for the podcast originally started with Are Ghosts Real debate.
Oh, yeah.
And we were arguing, well, not arguing, but heatedly discussing.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you were just like, we should turn this into a podcast.
I faintly remember that.
And I was like, dude.
That was the initial conversation that we had.
Yeah, and then
I was freaking out. And then
yeah, the freak out was really the moment that made it. But the original idea was from that conversation.
Yeah. So
but, I guess a good way to put it would be, it was kind of just talk.
Yeah.
And then the freak out we started actually making strides in the direction.
Yeah.
And I remember trying to come up with a name, and that was...
Yeah, we were like, well, we want to do something to do with Idaho. We were throwing around names with like gems in it and potatoes and different things. And we originally were going to call it the top 5. One of them was going to be Spuddies. Like buddies, but spuds.
We should do something with that still.
Yeah.
I don't know what, but
maybe
like we go on adventures or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe
that's something we could kick around.
Yeah. So the next question is
well, what was your?
Well, I already told you.
Oh.
Yeah. We both answered the question at the same time.
Okay, so is that how we're doing this, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What was your favorite and least favorite video?
Okay, we're talking just podcast episodes or channel in general?
Videos.
Okay, my least favorite videos.
Just one. Like 1 or 2.
Most of the lizard with the most videos.
It's your least?
Yeah.
Well,
I said most, not all.
Okay, let's take that out of the question. Least and most favorite video that both me and you did together. So
Actually, funny
podcast or couch potatoes.
Funny enough, there is lizard videos that I was in.
Like the first 2 or 3, yeah.
I still pop in every now and then.
No, not anymore.
You want me to?
If you want to, I don't care.
Okay. Then I'll walk in with my shirt off or something. I don't know.
Not that.
I'll do something weird.
Anyway.
You know I will.
Anyway.
My least favorite video was... I can't remember what it was called. But I was so excited because I thought it was going to be like a great topic thing, you know? And, well, obviously it wasn't. But it was the, like, Black Ops campaign storyline.
Oh, that was your favorite or least favorite?
Least favorite.
Least favorite, okay.
I was so excited about that because, like, I thought it was going to make for a good video.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, yeah, I remember that part. Or, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But no, that was a bust. I'm still sorry about that.
Fine. It happens.
You win some, you lose some.
I've had some shit ideas, too.
Yeah, we had one recently, actually. I don't remember what it was. But you had one recently. Oh, wait, wasn't it the ant farm children?
Yes. You know what? No, that's going to be my least favorite. Is the ant hill children.
I forgot about that one too. You know what? The ant farm children made me like physically sick.
Yeah.
Like I'm not proud of the Black Ops, but it didn't make me physically sick. So I'm gonna go with you on that one.
Yeah, I thought it would be a good idea to do the second, was it the second or the third conspiracy theory iceberg video by Wendigoon, and that was pretty shit. So I'm like, oh, let's just pull up a random Wendigoon video, and the thumbnail said worst cult in history, and I was like, ooh, let's look at that. That was a mistake.
Yeah, if you remember, I was even like,
yeah,
we should have listened to me.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's
Morgan was right.
Yeah. My personal favorite was the first tech support video.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was fun.
That brought up a lot of conversation.
Yeah, and that was the foundation for my tech support. Or my tech talk. Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't even know my own segment.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
One that nobody knows about, or nobody watching this will know about. It's the Couch Potatoes video that we did with Callan that, for legal reasons, didn't happen. Don't worry about it. Don't ask about it. But it was fun. I liked it.
Yeah,
it was great.
I forgot about that one. That one was a good one.
For legal reasons, it didn't happen. Literally. But no, yeah, that was a good one. It was really fun, and the way that I saved Callan. What happened was we were going through a like dilapidated building or something like that, and
if I remember correctly, it was the laboratory.
But I was lagging behind Callan, and Callan, who is Morgan's brother, by the way, it was Warzone, and he was quite ahead of me, and I was like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, like getting weapons and different things, and he was like, come on, let's go. I'm like, okay, and so I'm rushing up the stairs. Then he goes, wait, no, don't go up, and I'm like, huh? And I kept going, and there was like 4 people, and just bam, knocked them down, bam, knocked them down, bam, knocked them down, bam, knocked them down, and I just wiped their whole squad, and I'm like, holy shit, did I just do that?
I know it sounds like he's exaggerating, but I was there and it was fucking insane. It was his first ever round of Warzone ever.
Oh, first one ever. Yeah.
Like, I was literally telling him the buttons 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's just...
Yeah, Callan was all like, no, you gotta stay alive, don't come up, there's people up here. I'm like, what? And I kept going, and then I just wiped the whole squad, and I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, no, Callan and we all lost our shit.
Yeah, we were screaming and hooting and hollering, and it was a good old time.
We'll put that out there someday.
Someday. We will re-upload it someday.
Yeah. But no, that was also a very good one.
Yes.
A lot of fun.
What are your hopes for the future of the channel?
I hope that, well, we make it big, but not for reasons people tend to think, oh, I hope I make it big on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and actually make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to do fundraisers for, like, suicide prevention.
That would be amazing.
And domestic violence and Dark Humor Anonymous.
Sure. I don't want to be huge. I don't want to be like 20 million sub channel. If we make it to 250,000, I will be absolutely happy.
I would be ecstatic.
Oh yeah.
I'd be like running through the studio the entire every fucking video just oh. That is the second time I've done that today.
Very good.
I would just be running through the studio every video just
I do want to make money with this shit. But I don't want to make $1 million. I literally just want for me to not have to live paycheck to paycheck. Like, if I splurge a little bit more than usual, that I'm not worrying like, oh, am I going to have to consist on ramen for the last week of the month?
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. Like, I've actually always said that I don't want to be own your own jet plane rich. I just want to be buy name brand food rich. That would be wonderful.
But the biggest thing for me as of right now, and the day that this changes is the day that I quit.
Huh.
I enjoy entertaining people.
Oh yeah.
I have always enjoyed entertaining people. I have a past where someone very dear to me took their own life.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I just started cracking jokes, doing dumb shit. And I noticed that for that split second, even if it's just that one moment, they're not sad. They're not depressed. They're not, I'm going to kill myself when I get home. They are laughing. They're enjoying themselves. Just for that split second, they have a moment of joy.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what is the most rewarding to me. And that is why I continue to do this when things get rough.
Yeah.
Which there have been a few times with this.
Yeah.
So.
For me, I like the interactivity. I like number go up. I like the comments, being able to talk with other people. Eventually, I do want when situations change, I do want to do this show live, like every day. Just so we can have like a chat to talk to help liven up the show.
Yeah.
To interact with, maybe do call-ins, and the TikTok one was fun, which I do actually want to do that again soon.
I was gonna suggest we do that again soon.
And the reason why the first one we did wasn't great is because I forgot to set it to 18+. that would allow us to talk about a wider range of subjects, and we wouldn't get little shitters going,
Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah, I want that interactive.
Is that why we got banned too?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That is why we got banned that day on TikTok, because somebody had I think it was the P. Diddy guy was pretending to be P. Diddy and talking about oiling up babies and shit.
No, that was in your personal time.
That was my own personal one. Okay.
Yeah. The last one we had, I think, was the N-word.
Was it the N-word one? Okay, so yeah, no, yeah, that is right, because I remember putting in an appeal, being like, "Hey, I moderated my chat. I kicked that guy out as soon as possible. Give me my streaming rights back," and they did, like the very next day.
They sound like they're pretty good about it.
Yeah. As long as you like try your best to keep that shit out of your chat, they're pretty good about it.
Like, obviously, it's impossible to not.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I want to be at least relatively like more than just 30 subscribers.
30 is great. Don't get me wrong.
Which we have 27 right now.
If you're watching this, thank you. Hit subscribe, and maybe I'll come out of your closet. Carry on.
What was the inspiration for side projects? So the Nick plays was pretty obvious. I've always liked Let's Plays. I've always put that kind of shit in the background, and I would like to do that for other people. And also, I have a crippling autistic obsession with playing a game that doesn't require much brain power and listening to podcasts in the background, like Minecraft or Call of Duty, or Skyrim sometimes. And I cannot finish a story-driven game worth a fuck. And that's a good way to motivate me. For lizards, I've always really liked.
We need to get back to The Last of Us someday.
Yeah, someday. I need to.
Obviously not now, because we have way too much going on.
Yeah. I need to get a solid state drive for my PlayStation, because that's probably the reason why it was telling me your hard drive was unplugged unceremoniously and needs to be repaired every single time I would turn on the PlayStation after I transport it. It's because I don't have a solid state drive, so I definitely need to get that before we do that. But yeah, the lizards with the most. Actually, I have an actual inspiration, one actual inspiration, which is a guy named Pay Money Wubby. He does a bunch of different things on a couple of different channels, but most importantly, he does Magic the Gathering openings, like super rare stuff, super old stuff, and it just looks like so much fucking fun. And I actually had to stop watching him because I felt like he has the life that I want, where he has super fuck off fun every single day and gets to do whatever the hell he wants and gets to make the content he wants, and he's able to support him, not only himself, but his mother and his father, who are elderly. He said that he bought his mom a brand new fucking car once, and he paid for his father to go back to whatever country he's from, like Belgium or Germany or something like that. He was able to pay for an entire full round trip plus his hotel. Like, that's how much money he has. And his wife streams too. And
oh, really?
Yeah, it actually kind of depressed me, because I was like, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to take care of my mom, because she deserves so much more.
Your mom, I haven't even met her, and yeah, she has my utmost respect that a Christian can have. Just kidding.
I was gonna say, tone it down just a couple of notches. She doesn't deserve all of it, but most of it. I mean, who on earth it doesn't have a little bit of a couple of flaws?
Just kidding. I'm nothing but flaws.
I was gonna say the same thing. But yeah, what's the inspiration for Tech Talk?
Well, really, my intro says it all. I've always looked at things and wondered, how does that work? Like, for example, the Xbox 360, which, funny enough, is literally right there. So I've always looked at things and wondered, how do you work? And it's fascinating to me to try and figure out how things work. Obviously, this one I had to get a little rough with because it's before I got my toolkit.
It was a bastard.
Actually, I think this is one of the first ones I did.
I think so.
And, like, obviously there's a processor, there's a power supply and all that. But, like, just going through and, like, doing the wiring, or, like, tracing the wiring and seeing where each thing goes is fascinating to me. Just learning how shit works. But I also love Frankensteining shit together.
Yeah.
Although that I'm kind of taking a step back from for a bit.
Yeah, we don't want any more fires in the studio.
Not today.
Not today, yeah.
Maybe next week, but not today.
I think it's just funny that you're so, like, interested in that kind of stuff, and then when somebody's like, hey, don't you want to know how this works? And I'm like, look, all I know is that we smack rocks hard enough to make them think. That is all I know. Like, that's basically what a processor is. We smacked rocks together so hard that it started thinking.
Holy fuck, you're right.
Because they're made out of silicone, and silicone is just like different, like
holy fuck, you
like,
just blew my mind.
Rocks and like tiny little, like sand. Like sand is like 10% silica. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. But like, yeah.
Or maybe silica's 10% sand.
I don't know, something like that. But
But no, like, I've always just looked at things and wondered how they work. And plus, every guy in the world, even if they say they don't, fucking loves some good destruction.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so,
Is Taco in?
No, he's just outside the door.
Oh, it sounded like he was right in here.
So before we go on with the questions, we're going to cut to our Ruby Ridge segment. Afterwards, we'll ask some more questions.
Ruby Ridge happened in Idaho.
Yes.
And we're from Idaho.
And Wendigoon is beautiful.
He's my dad.
Unfortunately. Answer my fucking Twitter message, you gorgeous fuck.
Please.
Anyway, Wendigoon segment in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, future me and Morgan. This is the section where we go over the Wendigoon
Ruby
Ridge video. I've seen this video. Morgan has not seen this video. However,
I have seen a lot of research.
He knows quite a bit.
So, Wendigonius, we will be testing you. We'll give you a score.
Okay, yeah. I love Wendigoon. He is my secret lover. It's fine. Just kidding. Don't block me. Look at my message, fucker.
Look at my message, or I'll be outside your window.
Right. This is the main event for the 1-year anniversary video. This is going to be the longest section. And we're going to be pausing it and commenting every once in a while. And if there is any like stretch where we don't talk or say anything for a little while, it'll be cut because we don't want to wholesale just play the entire video for you guys. And the audio quality is going to be not great because we're sick and tired of having to deal with the fucking capture card cutting in and out. So we just put a microphone up against the TV and we're gonna just let her rip.
It doesn't sound terrible.
It doesn't sound terrible, no. But if you want full high quality shit, go check out the actual video. It's Wendigoon, and it's just called
Ruby Ridge.
I guess just Ruby Ridge. Sure. Yeah.
Like you probably cannot miss it.
It'll probably be the very first thing that pops up when you search that on YouTube. But without further ado, real quick.
How are you today?
No. What do you know about Ruby Ridge?
How much time do you got?
Just in like 2 or 3 minutes, try and sum up everything that you know. I know that's probably near impossible, but
yeah. A U.S. Marshal was killed. That's how this whole thing kicked off. The U.S. Marshals were sent out because of a miscommunication in the court system. The main guy, I don't remember his name, was picked up on, I believe, weapon charges.
Yeah.
And he got arrested. He bailed out. They gave him, show up to court on this day. But they had it in their system as a different day. So when he didn't show on that day, they issued a warrant.
Wasn't it that he was all like, nah, fuck that, I'm not coming?
No, as far as I understand, he didn't know.
Oh, no, it might be. I get this and Waco mixed up. It might be the Waco guy that was like, yeah, nah, fuck that.
Probably.
Yeah.
You mean Wacko guy?
Yeah, sure.
I know that the FBI HRT was sent out.
Hormone replacement therapy?
Sure.
Okay.
Hostage rescue team.
Oh.
It's basically like SWAT, but better.
Okay.
They're like the baby. They're like the baby seals.
They're specifically for hostage negotiations.
No, they're specifically for hostage rescue.
Rescue.
They are not negotiators. They're
in and out people.
They kick in the door, grab the bitch, and get out.
Yeah.
And make the arrest. I believe it was the son died. The family friend, I think, died.
Yeah, that's right.
I know that ISP and obviously U.S. Marshals, FBI.
This was in like the 70s, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
They
like 73 maybe.
They were all involved, but I'm pretty sure, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure National Guard was also involved.
National Guard, I think so. I think they had like tanks, or maybe not tanks, but like APCs at the bottom of the hill. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was really just for riot control or crowd control.
Yeah. Didn't this whole thing get kicked off by like them accidentally or maybe even intentionally shooting their fucking dog?
So, from what I understand, the dog was shot on purpose.
Didn't the dog like catch their scent and went to go investigate the bushes, and then they're like, fuck you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
The dog was curious.
Also, there was a bloodshed.
Yes.
Like a shed where women would go out to bleed because it was like the 70s, and they were like some sort of weird sect of Christianity, and they were like, oh, you can't bleed inside the house, basically. Their time of month, you know?
Yeah. That's where the kid was when
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched an episode, actually 2 episodes, I think it was, of a show. I don't remember what it's called. Sorry. But it's where FBI agents sit down and they...
Oh, we watched that together, didn't we?
Maybe.
At like a bar. It was like either like a bar backdrop or it filmed in an actual bar, and they were like
or something
sipping ales or something like that.
Yeah. And there
was like 3 men and 1 woman being interviewed, I think.
The one woman is the host of the show.
Oh, okay.
The interviewer, but she's also former FBI.
Yeah.
And then there was a couple of the HRT guys One of them was a sniper that
That's right.
was actually the one that shot the wife.
Yeah, he was mounted on like a hill opposite their compound. Or
Yeah, yeah.
their property.
So really, I'm just gonna put this out there now, and you can disagree with me all you want.
Okay.
But I don't think anybody in the actual situation was wrong. I think
Except
it's
the first dude.
not even
They
the
shot the dog.
No.
I feel like he was in the wrong.
Think about it for a second here.
I've thought about it for a long time.
They wouldn't have been there if the warrant hadn't been issued.
Right, but they didn't
And
have
it-
to be so fucking aggressive.
And the warrant was issued because he missed court, even though
As a man who has been in the court system and have been fucked over because of an accidental oopsie, we didn't tell you that you had a court date and or a wrong court date. No. I don't believe that.
it's the 70s. The paper tracking probably was not great.
It's still not great.
Well,
In the year of our Lord, I think that was 2020. No, like 2018 is when that happened to me.
yeah, I know it's still a mess, but it was
Worse.
back then, yeah.
Yeah.
So, if the warrant hadn't been issued, and if he was actually willing to go to his court date, whether the actual one or the wrong one, who cares? If he was willing to show up, then the warrant would have been issued.
So, if I remember correctly, and this is the last thing we'll say before we start watching the video.
We basically
is that-
ruined everything already.
Well, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's funny.
Yeah. Is the guy that shot the dog was extremely aggressive, and even he admitted that, like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. If I remember correctly. But we're going to get into it. When we get to that part, I'll be like, oh, I was wrong, or yeah, I'm extremely vindicated.
I'm pretty sure that the one that shot the dog was the one that got killed.
Yes.
So how is he saying that he was overtly aggressive?
Like, his dying breath to his other agent that was there, because there was, like, 3, I think, in the bushes that day.
Yeah, 3.
If I remember, yeah.
Well, 3 went in, 2 came out.
Yeah.
The point is, they wouldn't have been there. And that is the bottom line. If the courts hadn't fucked up, that agent would, well, maybe not still be alive, but...
Yeah, well, if Hitler didn't rise to power, half of the Jews on Earth wouldn't have been exterminated.
I know.
Okay, you should probably bleep that out. Anyway, we're gonna get started. Really quick. If I can remember how to do this. Yep, okay, there we go.
On August the 21st of 1992, federal agents would get into a gunfight
92.
on a mountaintop known as Ruby Ridge in
bad.
northern Idaho. What would follow this gunfight is an
Jeez.
11-day standoff that left 3 people dead, including a federal agent. The events that transpired over those 11 days would lead to one of the messiest trials and media controversies in federal history. And at the heart of it all was a several-year-long conflict between the federal government and a family tucked away in the mountains of northern Idaho, simply known as the Weavers. Hello, everybody.
The Weavers,
Today
that's
we're
right.
going to be talking about the siege, standoff, controversy, and conspiracy of the Ruby Ridge incident. Now, those of you that have been around the channel for a while or just know American history are probably already familiar with this event. Because of the teams involved and the incident itself, it shares a lot of similarities to the Waco siege of 1993, as well as other tragedies in American history like the Oklahoma City bombing. And if you are familiar with this case, then you probably know how messy it can get. For those on the side of the Weavers, the narrative is that a group of good people who never asked for any trouble were simply attacked and murdered by federal agents. While those in support of the state's actions say that a group of dangerous radicals started a needless gunfight and killed a federal agent in the course of his duties. And I believe that, as with most things, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
That computer.
Today's sponsor, Factor. Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever.
I
by
am
delivering
rock
fresh,
hard.
never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your
When
door.
I say I love
Factor
computers, I mean I
provides
love
delicious, easy-to-make
computers.
meals that are as affordable as they are nutritious. One of the reasons I find myself so apt to eat an unhealthy diet is
That
because
mic
it's
is
just
cool.
so easy to make. But now Factor is here to compete.
The other day, I
That's because
saw
their never
someone
frozen
had
meals
built
can
a
be ready in as
PC,
little as 2 minutes.
but instead
Not
of
only
an
that,
actual
but it's
PC
less
case made out of
expensive
glass or
and way
metal or
healthier,
whatever,
as all of the meals
it
are
was
made
made
by
out of
gourmet
RGB
chefs and
fans.
approved by dietitians. On top of that, Factor
Like
meals are 100%
beach
ready to
sand?
and eat, so there's no prepping,
Fans.
cooking, or cleanup.
The
needed.
spinny
You can also get
doodles.
as much or as
Just
little
the
as you need by
entire
choosing 6 to
outside of
18
the
meals
case,
per
bottom,
week. And on
top,
of that, you can
all
pause
the
or
sides,
reschedule your
all
deliveries
except for
at
like
any
one
time.
panel where
And with over
the
35
ports go in the
different
back.
options to choose
All
from
of it
and
was
55
fan.
nutrition-packed
Yeah, no,
add-ons.
And it
It's never
spun.
been easier to get a variety of delicious
Computers
foods that
are actually
also
very
good for you. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh,
modifiable.
a company that
You know,
I've
you
worked
can
with
build them
on
however the
podcasts
fuck you
and
want.
absolutely love their
And
product. And just like
8 out of 10 times it will probably work.
food to you
Yeah.
that both you and your body can enjoy. And if you're looking to take
Like,
control
I've
of your
seen
health,
someone
wallet,
build
palate, then there's never been a better time to
a
get in on
computer
this offer.
in a
That's because
table.
if you head to
In a what?
factor75.com
Table.
or click the link
Oh.
below and use code
And it was fucking
50,
badass.
You'll get 50% off your
I saw one
first
built inside of a
Factor
Domino's box one
and
time.
free wellness shots
Like
for
2 or 3
life.
of them
That is
pasted
right.
together.
2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors for every order while you are an active
Domino's.
subscriber.
Get in
Once
the
again, you
game.
get half off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life.
Instead of
Head
EA.
to factor75.com at the link
Okay.
in the description or use discount code WINDAGOON50 to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video.
Check
We
out
are
his
gonna go
link.
ahead and get into it.
Randall, that was
or
it.
Randy Weaver was born to a small Iowa farming family on January the 3rd, 1948. By all accounts, Randy had a pretty normal upbringing that's not atypical of a small Christian family in the American Midwest. The first crucial moment in Randy's life, at least as it attributes to Ruby Ridge, would come when Randy was 20 years old. Then in 1968, Randy dropped out of the community college he was attending in order to join the military as the war in Vietnam was at its peak. So Randy enlists and eventually finds his way into the Demolition Combat Engineers course at Fort Bragg. For the next couple years, Randy continued to receive training. However, he was never actually shipped out to Vietnam. One of the first major points that the media gets wrong about Randy Weaver is they often say that he was a Green Beret and that he was a decorated war veteran. And while yes, Randy was in the military, he never actually went to war. As a matter of fact, in October of 1971, Randy received an honorable discharge from the military. And while it's not explicitly stated why Randy decided to leave the military, from what we see later in his life, it can be imagined that he grew anti-government sentiments during his time in the military, and perhaps he simply lost faith in what he was planning to fight for. In 1984, Randy would get into a property dispute with a neighbor who owned the adjoining property, a man named Terry Kennison. There was some kind of spat between the two where one of them argued that this certain section of land was theirs, while the opposing side said that it was actually their land. This would eventually go to trial, and in the trial, Terry Kennison lost and owed $2,100 in legal fees. Shortly after losing his trial, Terry Kennison wrote a letter to the FBI saying that Randy Weaver wanted to kill Ronald Reagan, the governor of Idaho, and the Pope. And it was from this moment that Weaver's troubles began. On February the 12th of 1985, Randall and Vicky were brought to the local sheriff's department where they were interrogated by the sheriff, 2 Secret Service members, and 2 FBI agents. Because, you know, someone saying that you want to kill the president is typically frowned upon. Now, over the course of this interview, it became clear pretty quick that Randy wasn't actually planning to kill the president. And I don't know if you keep up with history a lot, but Randy Weaver didn't kill the president. And you know, someone who's upset because they lost a legal battle telling the FBI that you're planning to do something is a pretty good alibi. However, it was over the course of this interview that the real troubles of the Weaver family would begin. That's because during this interview, Randy was asked about an associate of his named Frank Cumnick. That's because Frank was a member of an association known as the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord. Now that organization is opening a whole can of worms in and of itself. For those that aren't aware, during the 1980s and 1990s, the federal government was concerned about a lot of domestic militia groups. Basically, large groups of people who would get together, amass weapons, and hold anti-government sentiments. Some of these organizations became violent and would carry out attacks against government agencies. As a matter of fact, this group, the Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord, have a whole history of run-ins with the law that eventually culminated in a big standoff at their compound, another federal siege I'll maybe talk about one day. So while the FBI felt that the Reagan threat didn't mean anything, being associated with someone that's a part of a group the FBI is keeping an eye on certainly does. So while Randy and Vicky left that meeting with nothing concrete against them, the feds were definitely keeping an eye on them. And that would come full circle in July of 1986 when an undercover informant spotted Randy Weaver at a meeting for the Aryan Nations. And this is where all the controversy and he said, she said part of the case begins to take effect. So remember how I said there was a lot of like militia groups in the United States at this time, and some of them were violent? Well, the Aryan Nations were definitely one of those some. And while things like white supremacy made their way into a lot of these clandestine groups, the Aryan Nations, if you couldn't tell by the name, were explicitly founded on that principle. ATF, as I've talked about before on the channel, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, regulates alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Since groups like the Aryan Nations were moving a lot of guns, ATF agents were placed undercover to see if they could cause any arrest or disruption based on firearms charges. And it was in July of 1986 that one of these ATF informants, named Kenneth Fadley, at the time going under the alias of Gus Migazzano, would meet Randy Weaver at a meeting of Aryan Nations. Now, this is where the first disparity arrives in information regarding Randy's involvement with Aryan Nations and other dangerous groups of people. From the government's point of view, Randy Weaver was a member of the Aryan Nations and helped them carry out a lot of their crimes, which included bank robberies, theft, attempted murder, etc. From the Weavers' narrative, Randy never agreed with the Aryan Nations, but occasionally, because he had accomplices that were in the Aryan Nations and needed favors from them, do odd jobs for them, etc., would begrudgingly attend meetings in order to get whatever job he needed done out of them. Now, from all the reading I've done, research on both sides, again, I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. According to everything I've read, which is both the testimony of Randy as well as the federal informant, Randy was not a member of the Aryan Nations. The Aryan Nations were very particular about who was allowed in their group. They, kept logs of membership and what have you, and Randy never showed up on them. Furthermore, the federal informant said that over the course of 3 years, he saw Randy Weaver a total of 4 times. And that at these meetings, Randy would never actually enter the building or meeting itself, and would simply hang out in the parking lot, talk to some people, then go home. Furthermore, the informant believed, up until the events we're going to talk about in a second, that Randy Weaver was never involved with any crimes that were taking place because of the Aryan Nations. However, that being said, Randy Weaver held a lot of beliefs that were in line with Aryan Nation doctrine. While he's never quoted as saying anything to support the harm of another group of people, he is seen in favor supporting the importance of his own. So while many state the narrative that Randy Weaver never joined with Aryan Nations or some other fringe group because he didn't align with them, it seems more likely it's because he didn't want to be officially aligned with something that could put him on the government's radar. And while it is true, as the family stated, it seems that Randy was hard up for money. I mean, they were pretty self-sufficient up on top of Ruby Ridge and didn't need a ton of income. But for what little Randy did need, it seems he was willing to perform odd jobs with people here and there. So while that tracks that maybe he was trying to get business around these meetings, at the very least he was still willing to break bread with them. Now, why does this distinguishment matter? Why am I even bringing this up in the first place? Because it was Randy's involvement with the organization that would shape a lot of the federal government's behaviors moving forward. I think it's also important to paint a picture of the Weavers' mindset during all this, to kind of outline what it seems their beliefs were. As mentioned earlier, it seems the Weavers took on a very Old Testament, brimstone and fire approach to the Bible. Because of this, they were very focused on principles of the law, principles of the early covenant, and principles of God's people and everyone else. This can be seen in a lot of their writings and letters that they would put out to the media and the government, as well as signage that they put around their property. Rather than the Christian idea of being a follower of God and wanting to share that light with other people and bring other people to God, the Weavers had a much more us versus them mentality. Because of that, a lot of their praxis came down to sorts of paranoia. Rather than wanting to be kind and make peace with other people, they instead decided the best course of action was to fortify themselves and keep the rest of the world out. Now, of course, this doesn't mean they were entirely removed from society. As a matter of fact, in 1988, Randy would run for sheriff of Boundary County, as well as keep up with his mail at a P.O. box and local events. But what it does mean is, as things became more intense, their mindset fed into the idea that this is what they had been planning for. I also want to clarify, I kind of make it out to sound like the Weavers didn't know anyone and 100% kept to themselves. They did have friends, like neighbors and people who lived in the area, but it was a very closed off type group of people. So later in this video, when I mention their family, friends, and stuff like that, keep in mind they do have them, they're just very particular about who they're friends with. In my Waco video, I spoke about one of the biggest misunderstandings the FBI had was that they could show brute force to a group of people who have spent their whole lives preparing for brute force. And we have a similar situation here. As this progresses, we're going to see that the government continues to use a hammer as their only tool against a group of people who have spent their entire lives preparing for a hammer. Also, side note, when Randy ran for sheriff, his whole platform that he was going to enforce the laws that people want to be enforced and not enforce the ones they don't want enforced. And as his little gimmick for the campaign, he would go around handing get out of jail free cards. Another reason I wanted to bring up this stuff about Randy, completely unaware that Fadley is an undercover agent and that his real name is Fadley, has Fadley over to his property and talks about how he's trying to build a compound to hold out against the end times. It was around this time that Hadley let Randy into his cover story. The cover story being that Hadley ran guns for Aryan nations and whoever else needed guns. Randy's interested in this and agrees to meet Hadley to discuss it over dinner. On October the 11th of 1989, this meeting between Hadley and Randy takes place. Hadley says that the hot new item on the street is short-barreled weapons. And Randy says if it can make him some money, Randy would be happy to produce them for Hadley. A couple weeks later, on October the 24th, Randy once again meets up with Hadley and delivers him 2 short-barreled shotguns. Hadley gives Randy $300 for the shotguns, saying he'll give him an additional $150 along with whatever other weapons Randy could get to him in the future, with Randy stating he would be willing to produce as many as 4 or 5 guns a week. And it was with the transfer of those shotguns and that exchange of money that Randy Weaver's fate was sealed. Now, it's not illegal to sell somebody a shotgun in the United States. However, it is illegal to make a short one. And if you're a normal, well-adjusted person who has no idea what I'm talking about, then let's take a brief moment to talk about the absurdity of federal firearms laws.
He fucking hates the ATF.
Oh, believe me, so do I.
All the firearms you are about to see are airsoft, or fake, or a replica, or not real. So don't demonetize this video because there are fake guns there. Everything I'm showing is for educational purposes. Please. So, you want to learn about firearms.
Don't ask the ATF what happened in Ruby Ridge. I know.
Understand why Randy
I need
was
that shirt.
arrested and why so many people latch on to the events of Ruby Ridge, we need to understand a little thing called the NFA. In 1934, the NFA, or National Firearms Act, was passed by the federal government. The purpose of the NFA was to regulate various firearms that were being employed by gangsters of the 1920s and 30s. The NFA came as a response to things like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The two things that the NFA originally regulated was full auto weapons, or machine guns, and short-barreled rifles, or shotguns. Suppressors were added to it later down the line. For our purposes today, the only one we need to focus on is the short-barreled weapon clause. The law originally said that no rifle or shotgun could have a barrel length of less than 18 inches. The thought process behind this is that since gangsters are able to enter public spaces or transport weapons so easily, The weapon must now be longer than preferred carry or hideaway length or what have you. Basically, make it harder for them to conceal. Now, while shotguns are still regulated to 18 inches, eventually they would loosen up on rifles and regulate them at 16 inches. This was done in 1960, and many say it's because of things like the M1 carbine and popular military model rifles having a 16-inch barrel length. But the current law to this day, and at the time of the Ruby Ridge incident, is 16 inches on rifles and 18 inches on shotguns. The penalty for producing or having a weapon that is under the required barrel length is a $10,000 fine and up to 10 years in prison. Now, what you're probably thinking is, did this NFA actually prevent any crime?
No.
The answer is
no.
Nope. See, the NFA was written as a means to an issue of the time. They were worried about gangsters rolling up into buildings with sawed-off barrel full auto rifles, so they regulated those things. And sure, that would help with some arrests, because now when the police raided some stash location, they not only charged them for all of the stolen money and other crimes, but they could also charge them for the possession of the guns themselves. But that worked for like a few days, and then all the criminals did was just not saw the barrels until they were about to commit the crime. Because if you're about to go on a rampage or hold up a bank, why do you care about short barrel laws? What is 10 years going to do when you're racking up multiple life sentences? So historically, the NFA has been used more so for getting people who are scraping the bottom of the barrel and do dumb stuff like, I don't know, agree to sell short-barreled shotguns to a federal informant. Now, that's all that the NFA applies to Weaver's Sword. Feel free to skip ahead till the background doesn't look like this and I'm not wearing the sarcastic shirt. But I think it's important to emphasize
Please
how
tell me I can buy
ridiculous
that
these
shirt.
laws can get, because it's one of the main reasons that the
Please tell me I
events
can
of
buy
Ruby
that
Ridge
shirt.
are viewed
Probably
the way they often
somewhere.
are. So you may be asking yourself, that's cool, so the NFA was made in the 1930s to kind of solve issues with gangsters and stuff like that. How does the NFA work with modern technology? You know, it's been like 100 years. Weapons have developed a lot. How has the NFA moved to accommodate those changes? And the answer is,
It hasn't.
And you may be thinking, oh, okay, so they don't enforce it anymore, right? And the answer is,
They do.
yep. Let's look at an example of this. So back in the 30s, most modern rifle platforms look something like this. You have a
M1
woodstock weapon,
Grand?
and a very large action that shot a rifle round, right?
Maybe.
It's either that or some kind of handgun.
Either
Now,
a Rand
in the
or a
modern age,
carbine.
technology has changed a lot. And a lot of weapons platforms have gone from looking like that to looking something like this. The mechanism of a modern weapon is completely different compared to what it was 100 years ago. A lot of innovation has happened, but sadly, the law hasn't kept up with it. So the whole point of the NFA originally was so that people wouldn't be able to conceal weapons, right? Of course, the caveat to that is the handgun. Handguns are incredibly small and concealable compared to something like a rifle, which, fun fact, the original versions of the NFA included pistols along with the machine guns and short-barreled weapons before it was removed, given that so many people have them and there would be an uproar over regulating them. So let's say I was to take a rifle like this, and say I was to cut the barrel about right here. That would land me in jail for 10 years, or at least, you know, up to 10 years. Now, what if we take another weapon that uses the exact same action, has the exact same caliber, and a lot of similar features,
Draco.
like this? These two, for those who aren't super familiar with Kalashnikov platforms, these two are effectively the same gun. There's differences, of course, for the nerds out there, things like, you know, the gas block, specific platform, blah, 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 but these are both AKs. But if you'll notice, this one has a lot shorter barrel than this one. Now, a second ago, I said if I cut this AK's barrel down, that puts me in jail for 10 years, so how is this one fine? Because legally, this one is a pistol. According to modern law, these two things are the exact same. So if I was to take this stock and put it over on this one, guess what I get? That's right, 10 years. Because according to the NFA, by putting a stock on this pistol, I have now manufactured an illegal short-barreled rifle. However, it doesn't stop there. It is also qualified as an illegal short-barreled rifle if the overall length of the weapon is less than 26 inches. So you can have a legal barrel length and do everything in your power to follow the law, but oh look, your buttstock was an inch too short. Guess that's 10 years. Sorry. I have seen ATF agents pull out measuring tapes on people to see if they're going to jail or not.
I've also seen somebody that's like, this is a pistol. And then they get a 3D printed, like, buttstock or something and slap it on there. Now it's a rifle. Fuck the ATF.
Yeah, fucking pistol braces are regulated.
Yeah.
Fucking pistol braces.
Bump stocks, which is basically just a piece of rubber like this.
Yeah.
You put that on the end of that short-barreled whatever. That would make it illegal.
Dude, the only reason they made it illegal was because of Vegas.
Vegas?
Yeah, the Las Vegas shooting.
Oh, the one that happened like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Really?
Because he used a bump stock AR.
Oh.
And
well, that's fucking retarded.
And was just laying down fucking hate.
Yeah.
And
interesting.
Then he took the pussy way out.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of going with
People
the
who
cops.
try to follow the law and even the absurdity of laws like this are often regulated and checked to see if they're now a felon. That's not even getting into the fact that the ATF arbitrarily makes different decisions. They'll sell something and say it's totally legal for a decade before saying, actually, that's illegal, and if you don't turn it in right now, that's jail for you. And that's not even the entire puzzle when it comes to this stuff. Like, for example, if you take a pistol like this and say I was to put a foregrip on it so I can hold the gun like this, that is also a felony. That short AK I was pointing at earlier, if I decide to put a foregrip on it, jail. Also, if I take a gun like this, and remember the whole point of the NFA, theoretically at least, is to make the gun less concealable. So if I take a pistol like this and I put a stock on it, which makes the gun much less concealable and more than doubles the length of it, if I put a stock on this, that's also jail, because I have now manufactured a short barrel rifle. And here's the worst part about all of this, right? So let's go along with the ATF for a second and pretend that having a short-barreled weapon just fills you with some kind of need to hurt people, right? Okay. If it actually was a law to protect people, then why can you pay $200 and just get by? That is right. If you pay a $200 tax stamp to the ATF, you can get approved to make any one weapon have a suppressor, have a short barrel, what have you. And yeah, like I said earlier, the reason this was originally done is so that they could catch people on charges theoretically before a crime's committed, even though it doesn't work in practice like that. But why is something that can be circumvented for $200 such a harsh penalty? Why does the $200 get you out of 10 years in prison instead of something like a fine? If this was just a weird law in the books that wasn't enforced and no one's life was ruined because of it, who cares, right? But lives are ruined over this time and time again.
Every fucking day.
In short, repeal the NFA. And SBR and SBS laws are just a small piece of the ridiculous puzzle. There are laws requiring you to have American-made components inside of foreign imported guns, or otherwise it's contraband. There are laws regulating not machine guns, but guns whose mechanism makes it likely if you wanted to break the law, it would be kind of easy to make it a machine gun. There's regulations against those. It got so bad a couple years ago that arm braces, things that you could put on pistols in order to effectively make them stocks, the ATF said they were fine, and then they said that they weren't fine.
I remember
and then
that.
they said that they were fine, just don't touch them to your shoulder, and then they said they weren't fine again. Well, of course, firearms regulations like this aren't as important or as devastating as things we're going to talk about the ATF and marshals doing to the Weaver family here in a bit. It is merely a foot in the door, but that foot in the door can lead to a lot of tragedy. Now, the reason I bring all of that up isn't just to discuss the ridiculousness of these laws, although that is part of it. It's because the breaking of these laws is what led to everything that would happen afterwards, at least officially. The other reason I want to mention it is, again, the absurdity of these laws is what leads so many people to be sympathetic of Randy Weaver. Anyone who works with firearms has to put up with things like that constantly. So to look at Randy's position and see someone who suffered as much as he did over the same laws, of course it's easy to feel sympathy for him. At least when you focus on Randy the victim and not everything that led up to that victimhood. Now, in reality, was the weapons charge really a way to get a guy just because he sawed off a shotgun barrel? Or was it a way to get someone who was tied to groups like the Aryan Nations and willing to manufacture weapons for them? Kind of like getting Al Capone on tax evasion. While the latter is more than likely true, it's hard to tell considering the government has shown in the past that they will do equal and further dramatic actions over trivial laws. For a lot of people, especially those who come into this case just looking at the end result, it's hard to not perceive Randy as a hopeless victim considering how much the government dressed like an attacker. So on October the 24th of 1989, Randy delivers the 2 sawed-off shotguns to the federal informant. The informant turns that into the ATF and the ATF begins to draft charges. Shortly after Fadley makes his report to the ATF, another informant by the name of Rico Valentino informs Randy that Fadley's an undercover agent. I have no idea what kind of internal politics were going on to allow a situation like that to happen, but it did, and Randy confronted Fadley, yelling at him, saying that he knows he's a cop. Fadley then left and never made contact with Weaver again. The ATF spends several months drafting their profile of Randy. And it's here that they begin to smudge the facts a bit. In the ATF reports of Randy, they mention that he is a person of interest in various bank robbings and other crimes committed by Aryan Nations and other militia groups in the region. Even though there was no evidence of this and the informant never indicated that there was any proof Randy was involved in those crimes, the ATF began to add those details to the report in order to embellish the narrative. Because the higher risk Randy seems to be, the more resources can be exhausted in order to arrest him. However, because of the whole incident with Fadley, the ATF no longer have an informant. So, given the fact that Randy has no criminal history, has theoretically worked with law enforcement before considering he was running for sheriff, and has a military background, the feds decide to see if Randy will become their snitch. On June the 12th of 1990, federal agents came to Randy Weaver asking him to be their informant, and Randy replied by telling them where they can shove that offer. Not only that, but immediately after being asked, Randy sent letters to various people that he had contacts with in Aryan Nations and other groups, letting them know that the feds are trying to get an informant. This further angered the ATF because even if he wasn't doing it out of a love for the Aryan Nations and was more so doing it out of a hatred for the government, he's still doing a lot to help the Aryan Nations along. So in December of 1990, over a year since the actual crime was committed, charges were drafted accusing Randy of allegedly selling 2 short-barreled shotguns to an undercover informant. The ATF was afraid of approaching Randy at his house to arrest him. So instead, they pose as a group of motorists whose car had broken down at the base of Ruby Ridge. Randy and Vicky drive down to help the group of people out, and as soon as Randy leans over the hood, they pull their weapons and arrest both Randy and Vicky. As he was being arrested, Randy said, "Haha, good trick, you won't get me with that one again." So on January the 17th of 1991, Randy Weaver is arrested and charged. Because the crimes he was being charged with were non-violent and he didn't seem to be a flight risk, he was released on bail with the trial date set for February the 19th of 1991. And here we get another disparity in the events of Ruby Ridge. Randy met with his probation officer and lawyer one time each. Randy was fed up with any kind of bureaucrat at this point and didn't want to talk to him, so he just told them to send him a letter when they needed to speak to him. Shortly after the court date was set, the date was moved from February the 19th to February the 20th to allow more travel time for people attending the trial, given that it was shortly after a federal holiday. So okay, the date gets pushed back to one day. No big deal. Well, it wouldn't have been a big deal had Randy's probation officer not sent him a letter saying that the court date was not moved by one day, but instead by 1 month and 1 day. The letter from the probation officer.
So it was the probation officer's fault.
I still blame the court.
Why? All they did was move it a day, and then they told the probation officer, hey, let him know.
Who's in charge of the probation officer?
The probation officer.
The court system.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They literally dictate every decision a probation officer makes.
Yes, but they do not have a neural link inside of the probation officer's brain making them fuck up the date that they put on the letter. They did not make them do that.
Maybe they didn't even fucking tell the PO.
He just said they told the PO, hey, we moved the date, tell him. And he went to go tell him, but they fucked up the date on the letter. Not the court, the probation officer.
Regardless. They still shouldn't have been there.
What shouldn't have been where?
All the fucking shitheads.
Okay. The question isn't should the shitheads have been there. The question is who's at fault. And
oh, absolutely the fucking government.
Why?
Because it's the government. You can't trust them for worth shit.
You're not making any sense.
No, you're not making any sense because you're siding with the government.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Should they have entrapped him into selling them those rifles or the shotguns? Absolutely not.
They technically did.
You're right, they did. Thank you. Wow. Anyway.
That was a point I was waiting to make.
Anyway, the point is, a law was made, a law was broken. We are not debating the merits on if the law should have been enforced. We are debating the merits on whose fault was the whole entire siege. And what comes down to it, it was the probation officer because they fucked up the date on the letter they sent him.
The probation officer is part of the government.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I understand that. But the one single person, if we were to nail one person to a cross, it would be the probation officer.
I thought you were going to say Jesus.
I am a Christian. Why would I say that? No, the probation
because isn't
officer.
That how the Bible goes?
The probation officer.
I heard you, but isn't that how the Bible goes?
I'm not answering you. I am not answering that. The probation officer is the one person that you can nail down and say, you did this. Not the courts, not the judge, not the ATF officer, the probation officer.
Although the ATF just needs to go bye-bye.
Well, yes, we understand this.
I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, that's fine.
The ATF.
Again, as someone who has been fucked over by a court date that wasn't made known to me, as someone who has experienced that, it's not the judge, and it's not the whatever officers that initiated it in the first place. Sure, they have some fault too, but if you only had one bullet and you aimed it at a lineup of people, not saying that we should kill probation officers, but it would be the fucking probation officer.
No, if I had one bullet, it'd be going into my own school.
All right, anyway.
Officer said that the court date had been moved to March the 20th. More letters were sent to Randy correcting the date after this mistake was discovered, but it seems that Randy didn't check his P.O. box up until after the date of February the 20th. When February the 20th passes and Randy didn't appear at the court date that he didn't know he was supposed to be at, Randy was then charged with failure to appear in court. Randy's defense attorney pleaded with the judge that if Randy shows up by March the 20th, that the failure to appear in court will be dropped. But the judge isn't having it, and on March the 14th, he is officially charged and now considered a fugitive from justice. This does seem a bit extreme from the judge's point of view, right? An individual was given the wrong date, so when he doesn't show up on the correct date that you didn't tell him about, you charge him with failure to appear. Now, I will say it can be argued that the responsibility of Weaver falls on his legal team. Again, I feel the judge should have had some level of leniency because it was Weaver's defense that messed up, not Weaver. But it also seems that Weaver's defense messed up a lot. Like, for example, at one point, Weaver's lawyer told him if he lost the trial, they would lose their home and property. And that just flat out wasn't true. The one piece of I guess credit you could give the judge for his reasoning to go ahead and charge Randy anyway is there were some contributing factors implying that Randy never planned to appear in court in the first place. For example, after his initial arrest, he just quit coming off the mountain. And any level of paranoia he had before was cranked up to 1,000,000 when a guy he trusted turned out to be a federal informant, and then he was arrested by 3 people parked on the side of the road that he was going to help. And also, in addition to that, so Vicky Weaver, who was also arrested along with Randy on January the 17th, was slightly perturbed by the federal government, if you could imagine, after getting arrested and her husband being charged. So, in between the time of their arrest and Randy's court date, she sent a couple of letters to the U.S. Attorney's Office for Idaho, but the letters were addressed to the entirety of the United States government. And in those letters...
Really quick. I forgot that this was in Idaho, therefore you're absolutely correct. Fuck the whole entire system. Dude, Idaho's court system is so fucked. Like, even today, like, I don't even have to have any knowledge of Ruby Ridge to know fuck the entire court system of Idaho. Fuck the cops, fuck the attorneys, fuck the prosecutors, fuck all of them.
Okay, I'm not gonna say fuck all the cops.
Okay, not all the cops, but...
We're not ACAB here.
No, no. But look, compared to other states and other jurisdictions' cops, if I had to say fuck, like, the entirety of one state's judicial system as a whole, it would be Idaho. Absolutely. Like, sorry, good cops in Idaho, but, like, just fuck the whole thing.
Which, they do exist.
They do exist, yes.
We can agree on that.
For one, she opens by addressing it to the, quote, servants of the Queen of Babylon, and some excerpts from those letters include, we, the Weaver family, have been shown by our Savior and King, Yahshua, the Messiah of Saxon Israel, that we are to stay separated on this mountain and not leave. We will obey our lawgiver and king. Whether we live or whether we die, we will not obey your lawless government. Because of that last line, especially...
I think this part is actually really fucking fascinating. And I'll tell you why.
Because obviously the bitch didn't go to school?
No. Because of course he's already explained that these people are like really into the Old Testament and the laws and the way that they spoke and the way that they practiced their faith in the Old Testament. Now, I think it's really interesting when people either pick out everything from one testament versus the other, or vice versa, because if you're going to be a quote-unquote Christian, any type of Christian, whether you're Protestant, Lutheran, whatever...
Psychotic.
I really wish you wouldn't do that. Like, seriously.
What? There can be psychotic Christians.
Sure. But just because you... never mind. The thing that I find interesting is that you're supposed to take everything as a whole. And what people don't understand is that when it says in the Bible, which is probably one of the more quoted parts of the Bible, that he came to deliver us from our sins, they forget the other part of that, which is, and he also came to complete the law, meaning the Old Testament law. Meaning that things like you're not supposed to wear mixed fabric clothes, or you're supposed to slaughter a goat in order to absolve yourself from sin, or you're not supposed to eat shellfish. Things like that are complete. They're done. The Lord came here so that we don't have to be bound by those laws. And when she says shit like, "Dear Queen of Babylon," meaning the ruling class of Babylon when the Israelites were being ruled over by them and oppressing them and not letting them practice their faith the way that they see fit, she's basically saying we don't recognize the authority of the United States government. And one of the things that Jesus himself preached was give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Basically meaning obey the laws of the land. Of course, that means like unless they're oppressing the way that you worship, right? But that means like, hey, if they tell you not to sell rifles like that or shotguns like that, don't do it. If they're telling you to go to your court date, do that. If they're telling you whatever the law of the land is, you need to follow. Again, unless it interferes with the way that you worship. I just find it so fascinating when people just pick and choose different parts of the Bible here, there, and everywhere. They're like, I would like a love thy neighbor, and also I would like a practice what you preach, but I don't want to take follow the laws of the land. No, thank you. I don't want that on my plate. Thank you. My Jesus doesn't say that. It's just really fascinating to me when people are like that.
You sounded like such a Karen just now.
Absolutely. Because mostly it is Karens who talk like that.
No, it's mostly Vicky's, obviously.
Vicky's, yes. Well, I can't say that because my aunt... Never mind.
Now, regardless of if you see Vicky's letters as either intent to not show up to court and intent to hurt federal agents, or you see it as the 1991 equivalent of your drunk aunt on Facebook, I think it's safe to say charging Randy with failure to appear in court when he was not given the correct court date is ridiculous outright. Simply because that's not how laws work. If someone says, I'm not going to appear in court, we don't charge them with failure to appear in court until they actually don't appear in court.
Yeah.
Yes, technically, Randy didn't because he didn't show up on February the 20th, but he was never told February the 20th. He was told March the 20th. Everything I'm talking about would get heavily scrutinized and ran over 1,000 times in the court trials to follow. So anyway, Randy's attorney begins to write letters to him explaining the situation and telling him that Randy needs to come down to make peace with local law enforcement. At this point, Randy is full bore convinced that there is some kind of conspiracy against him, because he gets arrested by undercover cops and then he's given a court date, and then they tell him actually he doesn't have to show up on that day, he can show up at this day instead. And then he's told, because you didn't show up on that original day, you're going to jail. On March the 11th, Randy's attorney gets two neighbors of the Weavers, who are friends with the Weavers, to go up the mountain and ask Randy what he wants to do. Randy sends them back with a letter giving out his list of demands for him to come back down the mountain. Things in this list include he wants his pistol back that was taken from him when he was arrested by the undercover agents. He wants the charge regarding failure to appear to be dropped. And he wants the judge to apologize to him for at one point calling him paranoid. Now, while this was originally the ATF's case...
I think it's cosmically ironic when people like this, whether they are actually delusional or not, believe a thing, and then because they believe it so hard, whether it is their fault or not, the thing ends up happening. Because he's like, the government's out to get him. And then things happen to where the government is actually indeed, for real, out to get him. I think that's really funny.
Because it involved the manufacturing of short-barreled shotguns. Randy is now a fugitive from justice. So the ATF passes the case off to the United States Marshals. When the ATF passes off the case to the Marshals, the report or psychological evaluation or what have you of Randy Weaver is pretty dumb. Not only do they include things I mentioned earlier, like they think he has, connections to a lot of bank robberies or other crimes that have occurred, but they just get stuff wrong. Like at several points in the description of Randy, it refers to him as Mr. Randall, confusing his last name to be Randall. So the Marshals enter the scenario thinking they're dealing with a combatant who's ready to kill at a moment's notice. To give you an idea for how long things take in government as well, when the ATF passed the case over to the Marshals, it took an entire year before the Marshals actually did anything. They spent a year in technicalities and planning and stuff like that, and during that entire time, Randy maybe occasionally came down from the mountain, but for the most part just lived up there with a warrant for his arrest. The first thing the marshals tried was on March the 4th of 1992, when two marshals simply walked up to the property.
You know what would probably... What?
Just the boss.
Okay. You know what would actually probably have worked? If the marshals went to the local police officers and been like, hey, can we get at least like 3 police officers posted outside of the post office on random days, looking for this specific subject, and next time he shows up, just be like, hey, can we talk to you, and then arrest him. That probably would have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, they had to blow this way out of proportion.
They had to blow like probably close to $1 million or $2 million of taxpayer money to plan this whole fucking shebang. And then when the shebang went off, another couple $10 or $20 million on trying to get him down off the mountain. So that's super cool.
Property and told Weaver there was a warrant for his arrest. Weaver, who had a rifle over his back, told the two men that they were trespassing on private property and to get lost, and the men just drove off the property without incident. After this, the marshals began something that they called Operation Northern Exposure. This was a mass surveillance campaign on the Weaver household. The marshals planted cameras and microphones all over properties in and around the Weaver residence. They would do this by quite literally sneaking in camouflage at night, setting up cameras, and then leaving before being spotted. A lot of the images and videos you see of the Weavers, both just standing outside of their house, or playing, or running from gunfire, or what have you, were taken with these surveillance cameras. This observation would continue for 4 months, with the marshals not only checking in on the camera's feed every day, but occasionally performing missions onto the Weavers' property to get more information about the household. And it's from here that a lot of aspects of the Weavers' lives were made known to investigators. At this time,
so they weren't ATF that started it, it was the marshals.
Their son
No,
Samuel
the ATF
was
started
14, their daughter Rachel was 10, and they just had a baby 10 months earlier named Elisheba, a young girl. The Weavers had a lot of animals, from chickens to horses.
Chickens to horses, I don't know why I found that funny. The ATF is what started this whole thing.
I mean, who took the first shot?
No one knows for sure who took the first shot.
The agents on the ground when the fire started, they were marshals, were they not?
Yes, they were.
So that's what I mean.
But the case was given to the
Correct.
U.S. Marshals by the ATF, who did the original charge.
Correct. Okay.
And the daughters would often ride the horses, while Randy and his son Samuel would play together or shoot guns around the house. Vicky, who was still nursing the 10-month-old child, would normally stay with the children, while Randy performed most of the work around the house. It seemed that they were entirely self-sufficient. They grew their own crops, they had a well on the property that allowed for clean water. The kids were homeschooled, as you could imagine, so day in and day out, they just went about their activities and chores amongst each other. Randy had a particular tinge of paranoia about him. Not only did he travel everywhere with a rifle over his back, but anytime a vehicle would get too close to the bottom of a hill, Randy would freak out and take a defensive position behind a rock or a tree until the noise went away. He was constantly paranoid that someone was watching him, and as it turned out, they were. This paranoia was fueled further on May the 5th when one of the Weaver family members discovered one of the hidden cameras. From here, Weaver became much more tactical in all of his planning. While it was regular for when any of the Weaver family members left the perimeter of the house, they would always bring a gun with them for fear of a bear or mountain lion, the demeanor of the house noticeably shifted. Less time was spent outside than need be, and again, Randy seemed to be much more paranoid. Or I guess paranoid isn't the right word if they're actually coming to get you. Much more defensive, we'll say. It was also around this time that a friend of Randy's named Kevin Harris began to stay at Ruby Ridge with them. Kevin Harris was a younger guy, in his mid-20s at the time all of this went down. Harris also had no affiliations with the Aryan Nations or any other group of radicals. Instead, he was just a friend of Randy's. Years back, when Harris was a teenager, he stayed with Randy and Vicky for a while. So seemingly, because Randy was paranoid as to who he could trust, he invited an old friend to help him keep watch of the house. Anytime there was a noise or something was amiss around the house, Harris and Randy could be seen stepping out on the porch with rifles over their shoulder, looking for what was the matter. And for months, this was the routine. The 7 people within the house maintained their shifts, I guess except the baby, but the 6 other people maintained their shifts, going about their chores, keeping a watchful eye for anyone who may approach. Later testimonials from the family would say that they were aware of the danger Randy was in, you know, being a fugitive from justice and all, but they figured no one would hurt them or no real danger would befall if they just stayed on the mountaintop. That if society doesn't want them to participate in it, they'll simply remove themselves from society. You know about the events of August the 21st and August the 22nd, 1992. Now, the events of August the 21st are heavily debated and complicated, so I thought it would be easier to make a stupid little map. See, I got like a river over here, and then trees over there. I guess the trees don't have like trunks, so they're more of like bushes, but because this is an aerial view looking down, you wouldn't see the trunks, so it's really a more accurate tree if you think about it. Anyway, I do want to emphasize that this is in no way accurate and can't even be qualified as a guess. This is just a diagram to show you particular moments when important things happened. I have no idea if this is where the trails go. They could go that way. They could go that way. I know people walked in these areas relative to each other, so I made up a direction they might have walked. This is more of a vision, really. But imagine this as an aerial view with the Weaver cabin in the middle, the slope down to the roadway and getting off of Ruby Ridge is down here, and this area behind the cabin is elevated above it, higher ridge lines behind the cabin itself. So the U.S. Marshals were so cautious and complicated about the way they were going to arrest Randy that they had theorized maybe they could purchase a piece of property somewhere around here and then have 2 marshals undercover as a husband and wife move into the area to get close to Randy and then eventually arrest him. Apparently that plan had been tentatively approved, so some records say that the mission on August the 21st was to do reconnaissance for that, while others say it was just a standard part of their operation. As mentioned, they would go onto the Weaver property, set up surveillance cameras, do recon, and then ditch. It should also be noted that they weren't doing these reconnaissance missions in police uniforms or anything to identify themselves as cops. Instead, they were doing it in full camouflage with rifles and night vision goggles. That detail will be important when we get to the nuance of the events. Also, one of the reasons they were going in so armed to the teeth, other than, you know, what they saw in the surveillance cameras, is on April the 18th, one day after they set up their cameras, someone reported to someone else at the Marshal Service that Randy was shooting at helicopters. More specifically, that he was shooting at one of Geraldo Rivera's helicopters. No one has ever found the source of this information. The Rivera team never reported it. Randy denies it. So who knows where that came from, but these guys were afraid if they were spotted at all that they would be like a helicopter and be shot at. At 4:30 a.m. on Friday, August the 21st, 6 U.S. Marshals made entry onto the Weaver property. For the sake of this diagram, we'll say they entered here. The 6 men split into 2 teams. One team takes off an overwatch position above the Weaver cabin, and their other team, the 3 men who are their reconnaissance element, continues operations on the lower altitude side of the cabin itself. This goes on for a couple hours in the early morning before the recce element links up with their OP element. It seems that here the 6 men share information with each other before they begin to fall back from the property, with the reconnaissance team continuing on their swing over to the right side of the cabin, at least right side in this diagram, and the overwatch position goes back the way they came. Now, I don't know whose idea this next thing I'm about to say was. What's wild is everything I've said so far pretty uncontested on both sides.
Yeah.
And for some reason, this next part is also uncontested, although the Fed should really reconsider. One of the agents in the reconnaissance element decided to throw rocks at the cabin to test the reaction of the Weaver's dog. The Weavers had this really big lab mix dog whose name was Stryker. So the recce team wanted to see if Stryker would react to throwing rocks at the house. I don't know who that benefits, what that does. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Surprisingly enough, it's not the dumbest thing in this story. That will come later. But it's like, it's a close second. So from about 200 yards away from the cabin, they begin throwing rocks at the cabin itself. Now, here's our first divergence. The marshals would later say that the reason Stryker became alerted to the reconnaissance team is that Stryker was already making his way outside as they heard a vehicle approaching. Along with Stryker came the 3 men in the cabin, or 2 men and young boy, Samuel Weaver. However, what everyone else says, and what I think is much more likely, is that when testing if dogs react to you throwing rocks at them, the answer is yes. Stryker begins to take off towards the team of agents. The fact that Stryker ran that direction further proves the point that he probably wasn't hearing the car, he was hearing the people throwing rocks at him. The reconnaissance element, afraid of being spotted, even though their behavior would indicate otherwise, continue to make their way back down towards the lower altitude end of the cabin, with Stryker hot on their trail. Again, the 3 people who are now outside of the cabin with Stryker are Randy, his son Samuel, and Harris. They are none the wiser to federal agents being this close to them. When they hear Stryker begin to bark and chase something, they assume it's some kind of animal. So the men take their rifles and run outside and hope that Stryker has caught some kind of deer or game animal because they had just ran out of meat in the cabin. That's another thing of note that I'll probably forget to mention as I continue talking about this. Over the course of the siege, the entire Weaver family had almost nothing to eat. Randy tells Samuel and Harris to chase after Stryker while Randy follows the trail. He would later make comments that he didn't want to chase after Stryker directly because there wasn't a trail there, or it was a rough trail and he was getting too old for that. So Sam and Harris begin to follow in the direction that Stryker is running. As you can probably think, looking at this diagram, that's a bad sign. Randy begins to make his way down the more established trail, heading to a point that he thinks Stryker will wind up at. Again, I'm making up all these trails. Maybe like these two intersect at some point, so Randy's heading down there. I don't know. What happens instead is Randy runs into the 3 people in the observation team that are also making their way down the mountain. So at some point, these two cross paths. So Randy is jogging down the hill when all of a sudden, someone holding a rifle and dressed in full camouflage stands up, points a gun at him, and says, "Freeze, Randy." Randy immediately recognizes this as a federal agent. Randy does not fire upon the federal agent or attempt to get his gun off of his shoulder, either that be because he didn't think he would win the draw, or he didn't want to kill him. I'll let you decide. But what Randy does do is say, "F you," and then begin sprinting back up the hill. As this is happening, the recce team, being chased by Stryker, makes their way down to a junction at the bottom of the hill known as the Y. It was called this because it was a literal Y in the trail, and in the trials that would follow, the incident at the Y was a large point of contention. Now, we know that Stryker, Sam, Harris, and the 3 men in the reconnaissance team all made it to the Y. And from there is where it gets messy. The U.S. Marshals would claim for over a year that Sam and Harris were the instigators in what was about to happen, and that everything they did was in accordance with standard procedure. However, the series of events that I'm going to tell is the series of events that was eventually determined to be most likely in the trials that followed. Because the Fed's side of this changed faces a lot and kept coming out to different conclusions, different series of events, whereas the Weaver side of it stayed pretty consistent and also made the most sense with evidence that was found at the trail. So, going off of that narrative, and this is the narrative that a jury would eventually agree to, the reconnaissance team attempted to hide in the roadside along the Y. Stryker, still seeing the reconnaissance team, makes a beeline directly for them, again with Sam and Harris right behind him. It seems that what most likely happened is, in order to not be seen, I guess, one of the federal agents shot Stryker. Again, insert meme about feds shooting dogs. Now, this is
Especially
the big
well,
point
it's not
of
ATF, I
contention
guess.
in all of this that shapes a lot of what happened moving forward. The federal agents never identified themselves as federal agents. Sure, it seems that Randy made the call when he ran into them, but these two over here probably aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about what animal they're going to run into, then all of a sudden there's a gunshot and the dog is dead. Because the federal agents never identified themselves, all that these two saw was a guy in camo shoot their dog. Randy's testimony would later attest to this, as he said when he turned to sprint, he heard a gunshot and then Stryker yelp. This seems to be, although not explicitly said, but it seems to be the reason that the Overwatch team didn't try to chase Weaver back up the trail. Now, it could also be because they were afraid he was gonna, run up there, then turn around and shoot him or what have you. But I believe after hearing the gunshot, they ran over here to reinforce their reconnaissance team. As soon as Stryker was shot, 14-year-old Samuel Weaver saw the man who shot his dog and said, "You shot my dog, you son of a bitch," as he raised his rifle and fired 3 rounds, according to most reports, at the man who did it.
What a
The federal
brave kid.
agent raised his
Hell
gun
yeah,
in
dude.
return. By forensic reports, it was most likely William Deegan, raised his gun and fired, shooting Sam in the arm. As soon as Sam is hit, he turns his back away from the federal agents and begins to run backwards to where Harris was. Sam had got a little bit in front of Harris, so Sam is around here and Harris is more back here. As soon as Harris sees Sam get shot, he raises his rifle and shoots at the guy who just shot Sam. That
Obviously.
round fired from Harris's gun went into the chest of U.S. Marshal William Deegan, and Deegan fell to the ground dead. The first death at Ruby Ridge, and sadly, not the last. The 3 agents began returning fire, and in the course of this, someone shot the retreating Samuel Weaver in the back. And with that, 14-year-old Samuel Weaver fell dead at the Y, 500 yards away from his home. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the distance of this engagement was. The way it's described, this makes it look like they're 10 feet from each other. Realistically, I think they were more like maybe 50 yards from each other, something like that. Definitely, close enough for gunfighting distance, but far enough that the 2 surviving agents have a chance to hunker down and not immediately be in fear of being shot. This is further supported because Harris only fires a couple more rounds before he checks Sam's body, sees that Sam is dead, and books it back towards the cabin. If you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, pretty much every member of the Weaver family took a gun with them when they left the home. One of the reasons they did this, other than animals, is they had a code between them that if anyone was ever lost, they can fire a gun in the air and other people will know to come that direction. When Randy had ran into the federal agents down here, he ran back towards the cabin and began yelling, "Ambush." After Randy heard the gunshots at the Y, he began firing his shotgun into the air in order to signal back to Harris and Sam where to run in case they get turned around. So eventually, both Harris
pretty
and
damn
Randy
smart.
make their way back to the cabin. And as soon as they get there, Harris releases the news that Sam's been killed. The reaction by the family is as can be expected. Vicky screaming, crying, Randy desolate, the girls not knowing what to do. Even hearing some of them talk about it to this day, it's still overwhelming to them that their brother died in such a horrific manner. Regardless of how you feel about Weaver or the feds or anyone involved in this story, I think we can all agree that the real tragedy of it all falls on the kids. This
Yeah.
all occurred around 10:30
No, the dog.
a.m. Shortly after this, it seems that all 6 or 5 now remaining men of the Marshals team link up. 2 of them head to a local neighbor's house and call not only the Marshals Department, but the local police in order to request assistance. Now, here's an important detail about everything involving the federal agents. They told the police, as well as eventually the FBI and their home office, that one of their agents had been killed, but never said anything about one of the Weavers being killed. As a matter of fact, they would go on to state several times in trials after this that they didn't know Sammy Weaver had been killed. Now that is possible, gunfights can be hectic, but until the events we're going to talk about later, that option was never even considered. The marshals also did not mention the fact, again until later in trial, that they were chased by the dog, took up positions, and began fighting back. The narrative was instead that the marshals were doing their recon and were attacked by the Weavers, resulting in the death of an agent. They also used language to imply that the gunfight was still going on and they were still being held down, which would imply there was a lot more people and a lot more manpower on the Weaver side than were actually at the cabin. If you're being held down for over an hour, there are hundreds, if not thousands of rounds with shell casings expelled all over the ground and trees in the area torn to shreds. The details of what actually happened at the Y would come up later in the story, but we'll get to that. The call to 911 is made around 11:20 a.m. Because of the level of complexity, considering who all is involved, how many channels it had to go through, the local police wouldn't show up to assist the marshals until 8:30 p.m.
I'm gonna take a real quick piss break and grab a drink, and then we'll be right back. My booty hole has been cleansed. Let us continue.
I took a piss on a cat.
Alright.
At the time of the call and the marshals showing up, Vicki Weaver decides in the cabin that she's going to go get her boy's body. So, as dangerous as it is, considering the marshals were right there shooting at them a minute ago, perhaps the Weavers consider that that was during a gunfight, and if they simply walk out, they won't be shot at. So, Randy and Vicki make their way back to the Y, where they recovered their son's body. Knowing that they're still under surveillance and likely won't be able to bury him right now, they place him in a small shed out behind their cabin. As the family continues to mourn the loss, local police show up, get the body of Deegan out of there, and return back to the base at the bottom of Ruby Ridge around 1 a.m. Now, again, the series of events that I just described are the way that it would come out at the end of all of this. But the narrative at this time is that marshals were checking out the property, one of them got gunned down, and the Weavers are thirsty for blood. It's because of that the FBI took such extreme measures that we're going to talk about in just a second. Following this, the siege at Ruby Ridge exploded. Now, it wasn't just a guy who had a warrant for his arrest and wouldn't leave his house. Now, it was a group of people who killed a federal agent. Immediately, neighbors were evacuated from their homes, and all roads in and out of the area were shut down. Anytime a federal agent is killed, it immediately becomes the FBI's case. So now, for the second time in this story, one government agency passes it off to another when the U.S. Marshals pass the case to the FBI. The narrative that was given to the FBI was that a group of dangerous militant members knowingly fired on and killed a federal agent, and that non-combatants within the house, in other words, Vicki and the children, could be hostages held captive by Weaver and Harris, and that the marshals don't know how many people may be in the cabin at this time. Because of this, the FBI's response was extremely aggressive. For one, the FBI sent in the Hostage Rescue Team, or HRT, a group trained and usually tasked with saving hostages from active shooter scenarios. The HRT arrive at the mobile base at the bottom of Ruby Ridge at 4:45 a.m. in the early morning hours of Saturday, August 22nd. FBI agent Gene Glenn, who oversaw the operation, arrived a few hours earlier and began setting up checkpoints and different positions for FBI team members. The governor of Idaho declared the situation a state of emergency, which allowed the FBI and local law enforcement to employ things from the Idaho National Guard. What this meant is that local agents now began to employ things like helicopters and armored personnel carriers to the base of Ruby Ridge. Due to the information the FBI was given that the individuals in the cabin may take the rest of the family as hostages and that they're knowingly just trying to kill as many federal agents as they can, the FBI employed a set of very controversial rules of engagement. Now, for those that don't know, rules of engagement is effectively the rules an officer or soldier or what have you have to follow in order to engage the enemy. What this typically looks like, for example, United States police officers, is a police officer is not allowed to use lethal force unless they believe their life or the life of someone else is in immediate danger. So
Correct.
if you go up and start talking to a guy and you see a gun on his hip, you can't just pull your gun and shoot him, but say that guy gets mad and then pulls the gun and starts to point it at someone, then you can probably shoot him. You only take the life of another individual in the moments that would save another life. Now, of course, these rules in, say, the military or active war zones are much different. In cases where it's already understood that enemy forces are hostile, it could be something like if you see someone with a gun, not necessarily pointing it at anyone. In extreme cases, it could be, military-aged males or something like that could qualify for your ROE. But on American soil, we typically like to keep the idea that the police won't kill someone unless they're actively about to kill someone else. After a lot of debate and confirming their rules of engagement with the home base back in Washington, at 2:30 p.m., the following rules of engagement were given to HRT members. A. If any adult male in the compound is observed with a weapon prior to the surrender announcement, deadly force can and should be employed, if the shot can be taken without endangering any children. B. If any adult in the compound is observed with a weapon after the surrender announcement is made and is not attempting to surrender, deadly force can and should be employed to neutralize the individual. C. If compromised by any animal, dog, that animal should be eliminated. And D. Any subjects other than Randall Weaver, Vicky Weaver, Kevin Harris presenting threats of death or grievous bodily harm, the FBI rules of deadly force are in effect. Deadly force can be utilized to prevent the death or grievous bodily injury of oneself or that of another. It is that first one, and yeah, the thing that, like, if a dog barks at you, you can shoot it. But insert ATF shooting dog meme here. But it's the first one that gained so much controversy in the trials that would follow. Anyone that just has a gun and prior to a surrender announcement. It was known on surveillance, and especially after what just happened, the guys are going to be walking around holding rifles or having a rifle slung over their arm. Without identifying yourself or telling them to freeze or stop or give up or anything, you just kill them. And while rules like that may be justified if there's someone inside holding a gun to the kids' heads, out of every bit of information that the feds have at this point, that is an absurd conclusion to jump to. Even not considering the fact that the agents shot first and never identified themselves. Several FBI agents would later testify that they thought the ROE was overkill and shouldn't have been employed, again, against a guy who missed a court date. But now an agent was dead and the feds wanted someone to pay for it. Meanwhile, inside of the cabin, the family was desolate. After setting Sam in the shed, according to Sarah Weaver, the family just kind of sat around in silence. The three adults discussed if they should walk out and surrender, but they were all afraid because the feds shot first without giving any clarity as to what they were doing there or telling them to stop, be arrested, what have you. Or they did with Randy, at least not in Sam's case. They all figured that after Harris shot a marshal, they were probably just going to kill him on sight. So the family sat around for a while. They didn't know what to do. Sarah remarks that Vicky, at one point, it had began to rain a little bit, and Vicky said that she should put out some buckets of water to collect rainfall because they probably won't be able to go down to the well while this is going on. Kind of just in a state of shock, considering, she just lost her boy. While this was happening, the HRT began to take up positions on the ridges around the cabin. One of the snipers who took position was an agent named Lon Horiuchi. After being in position for only a couple hours, Randy and Harris, with rifles slung over their arm, make their way out to the backyard. According to the Weavers, Randy had said that he wants to go check on Sam and make sure no animals or insects got to him over the night. Randy walks out to the shed, turns his back towards the ridge that he doesn't know Horiuchi is on, and as he is facing the cabin, he reaches up to unlatch the door. As soon as he does, a shot rings out. Horiuchi was aiming for Randy's spine, but given that he moved a bit at the last moment, the shot hit Randy in the shoulder. Randy collapsed, and Sarah, the oldest daughter, sprinted outside to help her dad. Sarah would later remark that she figured a sniper wouldn't shoot a young girl, so she stood in between Randy and where she thought the shot came.
Incorrect!
Randy begins to yell that he's been hit, and Sarah and Harris help him stand up, and the three of them begin running back to the cabin. The back door of the Weaver cabin had a bungee cord attached to the top of it, so that way the door would always shut, and no one could leave the door open and let all the cooler hot air out. So Vicky Weaver, while holding their 10-month-old child, was standing just behind the door, holding it open so that the three of them could run back inside. As this is happening, Lon Horiuchi rechambers another round and tries to get a shot on Harris, who is running at the back of the group. So the three of them are running in, and Horiuchi points his rifle a little bit in front of Harris to try to lead the shot. Horiuchi fires, the shot goes through the air, it hits Harris in the side, the bullet continues through Harris, goes through the window of the back door, and hits Vicky Weaver in the head. At 5:58 p.m., Vicky Weaver was killed instantly. According to Sarah, as soon as the three of them got inside, they all jumped for the ground, and it was at the same moment the shot rang out, so Vicky fell to the ground as well. And then the three others began to stand up and assess themselves, except for Vicky. Randy, seeing Vicky lying on the ground, he hears the muffled cries of their baby, which was underneath Vicky. So Randy Weaver takes his wife's body and throws it off of their child so that the baby isn't smothered. Everyone within the house began screaming and crying, and Randy was trying to comfort the baby and rocking back and forth, and man, it is a nightmare scenario. I understand.
Yeah, I can't even fucking imagine
an issue with the government, right? Or I understand having an issue with laws that you see as unjust. Randy Weaver expected violence to befall him. And while I think, at least at the beginning of this, he might have been in the state of mind that he was willing to die for it, to, not to go down fighting, so to speak. But I don't think he ever imagined that his family might pay the price. But nevertheless, they did. I cannot imagine what the following hours in that cabin were like. Your son is dead in the shed, and your wife's dead on the floor. And now you...
Sounds like a typical Friday to me.
Your buddy you brought into this, who's now bleeding out on the kitchen floor, and your three daughters. And of course, absolutely, Randy should have no reason to expect him not showing up to court would mean the feds show up and kill his family. But in his writings and the stories Weaver would tell, he would mention how he felt a guilt, a responsibility in all of this. For everyone involved, especially the daughters who, were caught up in the middle of all this, I can't imagine what that horror felt like. A couple of points I want to mention here. For one, I got a technical error wrong with what I just said. I got the order that the bullet went through Harris and Vicky wrong. So in reality, the door was kind of bladed at like an odd angle from where Horiuchi was. So when Horiuchi fired, Vicky was actually hit first, and then it went through the door, and then it hit Harris. That explains two things. For one, it explains why Harris's wounds would be much, much worse off than Randy's, because Randy's shot went straight through him, and he was pretty okay, but Harris's bullet stayed inside of him, and that's what caused the wound to become so grotesque as the story goes along. The other thing that does is provide further evidence to the idea that Horiuchi had to know that he hit Vicky, because she would have been the first thing he saw through the scope. The other thing I want to mention, just to put everything into perspective, is how now 2 people are dead with a guy who at the beginning of all of this wanted to negotiate. If you'll remember, all the way back when he missed his first court appearance, Randy sent down a list of negotiations that he wanted to make with the local law enforcement. And in testimonies that would come after this, right before Randy set out of the cabin and the whole scenario happened where Vicky got shot, he yelled out the door if anyone wanted to talk. 2 people have been killed before a word was said. Now, after Horiuchi took the shot, he said that the first one was a hit. He saw Randy fall down, hold his shoulder and everything, but he said the second shot was a miss. According to Horiuchi, he fired the shot, didn't see anyone get hit, and they fell back into the cabin, and the standoff continued. Now, to this day, the official report is that Horiuchi did not know that Vicky Weaver had been killed. And again, they didn't even know that Sam Weaver had been killed. So at this point, the feds think that all members of the family are still alive. Now, there is some controversy around Horiuchi's statement. Some people have theorized that perhaps Horiuchi did know and either didn't want to report it or simply didn't care. That night, when he went to a local hotel to get some rest, he drew a picture of what the shot looked like on a piece of paper, and he draws a person there that supposedly the shot made contact with. Is this Harris that he's drawing the stick figure of? Is this Vicky? We don't know, but speculate how you will. Horiuchi's second shot would be one of the most criticized events of the entire Ruby Ridge incident. The Department of Justice found that while the first shot followed the rules of engagement, as absurd as they were, the second shot was completely unconstitutional because it was against a group of people who posed no immediate threat to you. They were running back for cover and running away from you, and yet he still took the shot. Horiuchi himself would get into legal trouble following the Ruby Ridge incident, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. After Horiuchi finds his shots, the FBI says, oh yeah, we're supposed to ask them to come out. Just keep in mind, up until this point, no one has said a word. There's no, come out, Weaver, you're wanted for arrest, come out with your hands up. There's no ask to surrender, none of it. They just have killed 2 people, and that's it. So at 6:30 p.m., they roll an APC up to like 30 feet out front of Weaver's house. And then through a megaphone, which they will not face towards the house because they're afraid of getting shot, so they're standing in the back of the APC, just like pointing it at the ground. They tell Randy that they have a warrant for his arrest, and now he should come out. The feds wait there for a while and then drive the APC back down the hill. It's also beginning at this point that the Weavers don't step out of the house again for anything. Again, they were standing inside of the house near a window and Vicky got shot. So for the rest of the siege, they crawl around on the floor underneath every window to get from one room of the house to the other. Harris is losing so much blood and in so much pain at one point in the night, he asks Randy to kill him. And Randy tells Harris that he can't do that, and if he wants that to happen, Harris has got to do it himself. Using what medical equipment they have, they try to stop the wound, but very quickly, infection begins to set in. The next day, August 23rd, the FBI roll up once again in an APC and begin to talk on the megaphone. Now, I heard some reports say that the line I'm about to mention took place on August 23rd, but others, like the DOJ, say it was August 24th, so it was probably the 24th. But at some point during the whole, tank rolling up the hill and then a negotiator, talking over a megaphone, one of them makes a comment to Vicky. So Randy and the family assumed that the FBI knew that Vicky had been killed, right? Because you're looking through a scope and you can see the doorway and you fire and get a perfect headshot. So surely whoever took the shot knows that he shot a woman inside of the house. And again, as we talked about, maybe he did and didn't say anything, but as far as the FBI team down at the base of the mountain goes, they had no clue. So again, on the morning of the 23rd or the 24th, whoever's talking on the megaphone, trying to start conversation, says, "Hey, what did Vicky have for breakfast this morning? Anything good?" Now, again, to the FBI, this is them trying to, start a dialogue. To the Weavers, this was the most evil thing anyone could do ever. Because, again, the Weavers assume that
They're
the
probably
FBI
like,
knows
"You
Vicky's dead.
soulless
So
son
imagine
of a
someone shows
bitch."
up, shoots your wife in the face, and then gets on a speaker and goes, "Hey, what'd she have for breakfast this morning, Mom? Would it be, I don't know, a bullet?" So, put yourself in, Randy's point of view and the rest of the family during this. You've spent a long time waiting for the government to show up, and then they show up and without announcing themselves, kill your son and your wife, and then they roll up in a tank and start making fun of your dead wife. And as far as what followed is simultaneously the dumbest and the funniest thing of the entire siege. So whoever's talking in the megaphone, which is really hard to hear, by the way, because the family later said that everything was echoey and it was hard to make out, words or whatever. Whoever's talking in the megaphone says that now, after 3 people are dead, they want to negotiate. And because, Randy doesn't have a telephone line or anything like that, they decide to send him one. So they get a little robot that's got like these dozer tracks on it and has a phone line attached to the top of it. So this little robot rolls out and like makes its way up to the front door of the Weaver's house. Randy takes one look at it and notices it has a shotgun pointed directly at the phone.
The robot was sitting right in front, right up against and right in front of the door.
Oh my fucking god, are you serious?
A 12-gauge shotgun that was pointed right in the door.
But once again, as far as I know, that was an oversight.
Yeah, fucking oversight!
All the shooting goes down, and the FBI decides that they're going to try to talk to him, and they do it with a robot holding a gun at the thing he's supposed to put his face up to. The FBI would later say that this was an oversight.
No fucking shit!
I absolutely don't believe him. Who rigs up the phone robot and has it ready to go, and then turns to his buddy and is like, "You took the shotgun off of that, right?" And the other guy's like, "Nah, it'll be fine." What is this guy, paranoid? It's like, you know that meme of like the mouse traps in the 1800s that's just a piece of cheese with a pistol aimed at it? That's literally what they tried to get Randy with. And keep in mind, this guy thinks that the FBI just wants to kill him. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want him to get arrested. They just want him to step on the porch so a sniper can kill him, right?
I understand. The government's evil. Whatever. This group of incompetent FBI and U.S. Marshal people, just all together as a whole.
There were actually some good FBI HRT guys.
Right, but just as a whole, on average, these are the stupidest, most incompetent, evil motherfuckers on the face of the goddamn planet.
Yeah.
At least in Randy's eyes. Because you kill my dog, you kill my son, you blow my wife's head off.
You shot my friend.
You shot my friend, and you insult the fact that my wife ate a bullet for breakfast, and now you think I'm stupid enough to put my face right in front of a loaded shotgun. How fucking evil! Holy shit!
And then you call it an oversight.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
And then they're like, "Oh no, talk to our friendly robot," and the robot has a gun.
Friendly
So
robot?
needless to
It's
say,
Wally with the
negotiations
pistol.
just don't- So
Wait,
they just
you know
like
what's ironic?
listen to like tanks drive around their house all day.
I'm almost positive that the shotgun that that robot had was a sawed-off.
Depending on how small it was, it probably had to be a sawed-off shotgun.
Which is what he is originally being charged for. So what the fuck?
Yeah. Holy shit.
And at 8 p.m. on August the 23rd, they start to clear out little buildings like, you know, a chicken coop and sheds and stuff like that around the actual cabin itself. And at 8 p.m., they go to the shed that Sam's body is lying in, and they open the shed and see a dead child and go, "Oh," because again, they just assumed everyone was alive and that no one had been killed, despite two different gunmen absolutely should at least have known that someone was killed. And it is at this point that things start to change. An analysis is done on Sam's body, and it's seen that the shot that killed him was in the back. And that makes the FBI, specifically people like the leader of the operation, Gene Glenn, start to ask some
He's
questions.
a good guy.
Because again, the narrative that the FBI is working off of was that the marshals stood up, identified themselves, and then Harris took a shot. And even if that were the case, what was the scenario of events that led to a 14-year-old boy being shot in the back?
Yeah.
So on August the 24th, Gene begins to send agents to the Y to investigate what they find. Because again, the narrative provided to the FBI by the marshals was that it was a massive gunfight, they were being held down, a bunch of shots fired, but then when agents get to the Y, there's like a dozen, maybe a couple dozen casings at most. So the FBI start to ask questions of the United States Marshals. This is where a lot of the original testimonies that were later brought up in court came from. Now, at the same time this is happening, another thing that's been going on since the first day of the siege is a bunch of local people have been showing up at the base of Ruby Ridge to protest the FBI's involvement. Initially, it was a bunch of people standing around the FBI saying stuff like, if you do anything, you know, there will be witnesses, we'll attest to what you do. And once it was found out that Sam had been killed, it basically turned into the FBI holding off a mob. The FBI starts to put the pieces together and say that maybe we got a lot of this wrong. And the first change comes on August the 26th when the FBI finally gets rid of the rules of engagement and moves it to the normal rules of engagement that you shoot someone if they're in immediate danger to someone else's life. It was also around this time that the situation at the roadblock was getting more and more hectic. Not only were hundreds of people there to protest, but remember how I said Randy had connections to Aryan nations? Well, Aryan Nation members started to show up because in the news, the narrative was that Randy Weaver and his entire family were white supremacists. And as discussed earlier, that's at least kind of true for Randy himself, but it didn't help the public outlook of the event when the camera panned over and there was a bunch of people doing, you know, the SIG hail and whatnot. The one device that the Weavers did have to listen to the outside world was a radio. And during the entire standoff, the radio was left on as they were hearing updates about what was happening at the bottom of the mountain. Randy began to fear that the government may storm the house in order to end the siege. But he also doesn't want to step out of the house because he assumes they're just going to shoot him. So, on August the 26th, the same day that the rules of engagement were loosened, Randy asked to speak to his sister, Marnish Joy, who he heard on the radio, arrived at the checkpoint. For 2 days, the APC comes up to the mountain, and his sister begins to speak with a megaphone, but because the FBI won't let her leave the APC, Randy can't really hear her, and she can't really hear him. Because, you know, we wouldn't want these guys to have got an innocent woman killed in the midst of all this, right? On August the 27th, Randy hears over the radio that Bo Gritz has arrived at the bottom of Ruby Ridge. That name probably doesn't mean a lot to most of you, but in the 90s, Bo Gritz was seen as a prominent figure within military communities. Bo Gritz served in Vietnam as a Green Beret, and after the war was over, was very instrumental in getting prisoners of war and those missing in action out of Vietnam. He started a bunch of campaigns to support veterans, he would tour around to gun shows and stuff like that, and in 1988, he even ran for president. So basically, Bo Gritz was the kind of guy that Weaver would respect. So, similar to Randy's sister, the FBI drove him up next to Randy's house in the APC. Bo Gritz tries communicating through the megaphone, says, "This is stupid," and just walks out of the APC. He walks all the way onto the front porch of Weaver's cabin, knocks on the door, and asks to talk. The first time in the midst of all of this, someone just had a conversation. Bo asked Randy what's going on. Bo had been briefed on the situation as far as the FBI had known. Randy responds by saying, "I've been shot, Harris is bleeding out, and Vicky's dead." He immediately gets back in the APC and goes back down to the FBI's command post, where he tells everyone what happened. When the announcement was made that Vicky Weaver was killed by the second sniper shot, the angry crowd that was at the bottom of the mountain turned into a mob. Pressure was mounting fast for the FBI to do something, because so far it looks like they messed up a lot, and if something good doesn't come out of this, they'd be in a lot of trouble. Over the next couple days, Bo Gritz makes trips back and forth from the cabin. As you can imagine, Randy is furious and does not want to come out of the cabin as he's afraid he'll be killed. It's also worth noting, Randy and Harris were so convinced that they were going to die that they had Sarah write up their testimony of everything that went down, so that way if they die, there will be some evidence of their version of events. Bo assesses the condition of Harris, who is feverish, his wound looks awful, and he's probably got 72 hours left in him. He tells Randy that Randy can take his time and come to whatever terms he wants, but they need to get Harris to the hospital right now. Harris reluctantly agrees and is accompanied by Bo to the bottom of the hill, where he turns himself in at 6:27 p.m. on August the 30th. He's immediately transported by helicopter to a nearby hospital, and after receiving medical attention, Harris makes a full recovery. As soon as Harris surrenders, Bo Gritz, along with a friend of the Weavers named Jackie Brown, come back to the cabin to move Vicky's body. Vicky had been lying in the floor of that house for 9 days at this point. The girls had laid a sheet over her, but the area around was stained black with the carnage of the gunshot. It was a very, very brutal sight, and Randy agreed that, to whatever effect can be done at this point, Vicky's body should be taken care of. As Bo and Jackie pick up her body and begin to leave, the daughters plead with him to not let her body touch the ground. When Vicky's body is brought to the bottom of the mountain, there's kind of like conflicting reports as to what the FBI's response is at that point. All of them agree the situation needs to end soon, that this has gone on for too long, but there's disagreement as to what that looks like.
I would imagine the response from the FBI would be, "Oh, a body."
It's Randy's fault that all of this has transpired. On the morning of August the 31st, Bo Gritz comes to Randy and tells him effectively that the FBI wants this to be over. They're getting hasty, and I don't know what decision they're going to make. But if you come with me right now, I promise nothing bad will happen to you, and I'll walk down there with you together. Randy, destroyed and trusting Bo at this point, takes his daughters with him, and together, the 4 survivors exit the cabin, which means on the morning of August 31st,
holy shit, a good politician.
The siege of Ruby Ridge finally ended. Randy was arrested and taken to receive medical treatment for his gunshot wound. I didn't really mention it earlier, but the bullet passed clean through on him, so while it hurt a lot, he didn't have a lot of damage to his body. The daughters were taken by the state and eventually sent to live with their grandparents, before after that living with their aunt and uncle, who they were closer to. Both Randy and Harris were arrested and charged for the first-degree murder of Marshall Deegan, again the marshal who was shot when all of this began. To give you an idea of how gung-ho the feds were to get a charge on somebody in the midst of this, they briefly considered charging Sarah as an adult and also implicating her in the first-degree murder.
What?
However, this idea was eventually dropped.
Good.
In the media, there was a lot of misinformation that was passed around during this time. For example, it was said that Bo Gritz and Randy Weaver had served together in Vietnam, and that's why Randy went out with Bo. But that's not true. As mentioned earlier, Randy was never in the Green Berets. Actually, come to think of it, that's probably why the false narrative that he was a Green Beret gets passed around so much. Because Bo Gritz definitely was a Green Beret, so if the news kept saying they served together, that would mean Randy was also probably a Green Beret. But yeah, that just didn't happen. Both sides of the argument had extreme perspectives of why the situation began. Sides that were pro-government said that Randy had effectively lured the feds into a trap to try to kill them, while the other side said that the feds planned to assault Randy's cabin that day and kill him and the rest of his family members, which again also didn't happen. And it was a lot of he said, she said leading up to the trial. Defense attorney Jerry Spence took the case. Jerry Spence was known for being a very charismatic kind of showmanship of a lawyer.
Soft.
So when the trial rolled around, Spence had a very unique approach. During the entirety of the trial, Spence did not call forward a single witness. Instead, he just cross-examined everything that the FBI or the Marshals or the ATF had done, and that was enough information to win over the jury. During the cross-examination of the ATF, Jerry points out that the ATF informant asked Randy if he could get the agent the short-barreled shotguns, which is entrapment. You can't, as a cop, make someone or ask someone to do a crime and then arrest them for said crime. So he gets that thrown out. On the matter of first-degree murder, he goes over all the details I talked about earlier about what went down and the why. And it's clear, comparing evidence to testimony, that the agent side of the story doesn't make a lot of sense. Not only were there holes in their narrative, like one agent said the shot started at this moment, and another one said the shots actually started at this moment, but they had changed their account so many times that it was easy to poke holes in. He eventually ruled that every action that Randy Weaver, as well as Harris and the rest of the Weaver family took, was reasonable for someone who was randomly attacked by extreme force with no chance to surrender. The trial began on April the 13th of 1993. Randy had been charged with 10 different charges, from the first-degree murder and the short-barreled shotguns I already mentioned, to things like conspiracy. Is that a mosquito? To things like conspiracy and resisting arrest and blah, blah, blah. When the trial ended in June of 1993, Randy had been acquitted for every single charge except the original failure to appear in court. For that charge, Randy was sentenced to 18 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. However, he was credited with time served since he had been in jail for over a year already awaiting trial. And Randy Weaver was released in December of 1993.
For restitution, him and all of his daughters should be fucking millionaires.
For real.
And he was let go with full acquittal. 5 years later, when a new local prosecutor came to Boundary County, he tried to prosecute Harris.
Boundary,
over
that's
this
way up
shooting.
north.
Again, I guess that the prosecutor was just really mad that he got away with it, but obviously that couldn't go through because double jeopardy.
Yeah.
The same FBI hostage rescue team that was at Ruby Ridge would be deployed to another little location called Waco, Texas that same year. In response to this, the Department of Justice had a massive crackdown on FBI operations. They assembled something called the Ruby Ridge Task Force that compiled a 542-page report of the HRT's actions both at Ruby Ridge and Waco. The main things they criticized about Ruby Ridge was the rules of engagement and Horiuchi's second shot. Largely because of the events of Ruby Ridge, rules of engagement have now, for the most part, been standardized across the board. Again, if someone's life isn't in immediate danger, you can't take someone else's. The other thing that they were super...
So, if you guys want to check out the rest of this video, there is about 20 more minutes. Go ahead and check that out. But we've gone through the meat and potatoes of everything that happened there. All of the bullshit, all of the miscommunication, all of the lies, all of...
And I still want to state, or reinstate, I guess, the ATF shouldn't exist.
Absolutely not. No. So, from our little recap at the beginning, of course, we got quite a few things wrong. I don't remember specifically what, but...
I mean, I learned a few new things.
Yeah, even though I've seen this video already, 90% of the videos that I watch on YouTube, like, period, is just background noise while I play video games. I
Like
don't...
Minecraft.
Yeah, especially Minecraft. But, you know,
Pism brain nerd.
Most
Stroke.
of... Can I finish?
No.
Most of what I watch or listen to on YouTube, I only absorb like 50% of the information. So like the other 50% that I didn't remember, I'm pretty sure I've internalized now that I've like actually seen the screen. And Randy Weaver was justified in 95% of everything that he did.
Yes.
Yes.
One thing I did learn though is that Bo Gritz or whatever and Randy did not serve together. I had heard that from multiple different places that they had served together, so that's something new.
Well, they both were served in Vietnam, sure, but they weren't in the same company or
no,
whatever,
Randy
but-
didn't even serve in Vietnam. He was never deployed.
Oh. Maybe I missed that part. There were a couple of parts that I kind of spaced out, but the thing that I learned that I will take to the grave is that just how absolutely cosmically, cartoonishly evil that these government agents were to Randy.
Yeah.
Like, in his view, these people were worse than Satan himself.
Me?
You're funny.
They were me?
No. Also, the fact that his baby child almost got smothered to death because of the mom fell on top of him, whatever. That was super duper fucked up, and I hope that child doesn't remember that. Well, they're only 10 months old, so probably not. But like, holy shit.
I mean, now they're probably at least 20, right?
92, 2002, 2012, 2022. They're about 34, 35, something like that.
I mean, I'm sure they don't remember it, but they know of it.
Well, yeah.
Because, well, we fucking know about it.
Yeah.
So how could she not?
If I remember correctly, one or all of the children wrote like a memoir that remembered it.
I think it was Sarah that wrote a memoir.
Yeah, Sarah's the one that I remembered the name of the most. The other one was Judy? Jessica, maybe? And then
It might have been Jessica.
The baby child was some weird biblical name. I don't remember.
Jeremiah.
No. It was like Abagaroth or something like that. I don't know why I said that. That wasn't it. But like,
you want to unplug that mic?
Just unplug it. Oh yeah, huh, I can just
Because we don't need it now.
What? Hopefully that doesn't ruin.
It shouldn't.
The recording at all. But
yeah, like I'm man enough to admit I got some things wrong.
Yeah.
Keep in mind I researched this fucking years ago.
Yeah, but
the fact of the matter is I remembered a good portion of it and got a good portion of it right.
Going back to the agent that shot the dog, was he justified in doing it? Of course not. But did he deserve to die?
No.
Mostly not. He was a federal agent, so he did deserve it a tiny bit. But 90% of the reason of me saying did he deserve to die? No, of course not. But
I mean, I totally understand the sentiment. If you kill my dog, I'm gonna kill you.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna make it
the
slow and
bravery on
painful.
that boy, the fucking cojones on that boy. Holy shit!
I don't think you can say that about. Well, he's dead, but
he was a 14-year-old boy that saw somebody kill his dog and saying, "You shot my dog, you son of a bitch," and fired back. Holy fuck!
You wouldn't?
No, that's why I'm saying the bravery of him is amazing. I probably would too in that situation, but like, not a whole lot of people would probably in this day and age, anyway.
You would be like, "You shot my dog, dear Lord, please give me the strength."
Oh no, the one time that so I've told this story before, just super quick. One day I was home from work, and I was just laying in bed, and I was trying to take a nap, and I was kind of half asleep or whatever, and I hear my mom. I hear my mom put out our dog, which is a small little Chihuahua mix, and I hear her bark, 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 like she usually does, trying to fall back asleep, and then I hear, and I just immediately like Dracula from a fucking crypt, just erect, and I'm like, somebody shot my dog. And then I just walked outside, didn't even put a shirt on, no shirt, and just stood out there, just like with my hair like this, just like, and my eyes locked with my neighbor, and I was like, and my dog just whimpers and goes back inside, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, Lord, give me strength to not fucking hop this fence and strangle this bitch.
Yes, because I'm sure you're super intimidating with no shirt and flabby skin.
Wow! Ruby Ridge, fuck the government!
Yeah, I want to be Lenny's friend.
Lenny?
I don't think
was
that was
his name?
No.
I don't think that was it.
Richard? No.
Oh, it might have been like... It might have been Richard. Ricardo?
It was not Ricardo.
Fernando?
No, it was a white ass.
Okay. So our next couple of questions, we're only gonna do like 2-3 more because we're coming up to 45 minutes. I don't want this to be longer than an hour. Did you expect for this to continue? Like, that we're still doing this shit? That we're still, like, improving the studio? Did you expect this?
I didn't even expect to have a studio. I thought we would do maybe 10 videos and then lose interest.
Yeah?
Because that's kind of us. We're very ADHD.
Well, we're also very autistic, and once we start talking, we don't shut the fuck up.
I don't shut the fuck up ever.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
What about you?
I actually don't remember. I think that I kind of expected us to keep doing like when we did the first Reddit episode, I knew that we were going to continue doing this, but I didn't expect for us to have such a wide array of topics. I didn't expect for us to branch out into different things on the channel. I didn't expect for us to get such all this equipment.
Yeah, basically, we didn't expect to be able to do the videos that we can do
Yeah.
as easily as we do them.
Yeah, when I got my laptop, I thought that was our stopping point. I honestly thought that laptop upstairs, that's as far as we were gonna go.
Yeah. No.
No. And then I remember...
So, I just want to point out that we started with a Chromebook.
In the living room. With one mic.
Sitting on 2 different couches, mind you.
Yeah.
And then we moved upstairs, still with the Chromebook. And that worked for a while. Except for the dogs kept taking a shit up there.
Yeah.
And I got sick of it. And so we moved into what is currently our studio. And for this foreseeable future.
And it was really funny because my laptop that I used for a good long while broke. It wouldn't take a charge. And I was like, oh, I need to figure out if it's the charger or if it's the battery. Never really happened because I was like, wait a minute. I have a perfectly good PC at home that I'm like not using hardly ever. So that's what we've been using ever since.
And it's not pretty.
But it gets the job done.
But it is a fucking beast. Okay. Like a 90-year-old beast. You know,
I was gonna say by beast he means like a decrepit old wolf lying on the side of the road that you keep injecting adrenaline into, and it just somehow keeps going.
That is a really good, really odd.
You just inject the adrenaline into it. It's like, let's go, Sparky. It's like, and it just keeps going.
But yeah, no, like it. There are times where I'm like, this is it, you know. This is, like when I'm editing.
Happened a couple times.
When I'm like editing or something, and it like freezes, like hard. I'm like, this is it. It's gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
But then it powers through it.
Yeah.
And the processing, while it is slow-ish,
yeah,
I've definitely seen way slower.
Oh yeah,
from similar computers too. So Abigail or whatever the fuck I named her.
Oh, I don't even remember. You did name her.
Betsy? Bertha? Bessie. That's what it was.
That's right. Bessie.
She ain't pretty. She ain't much to look at. But she's a sleeper, to say the least.
Yep. So we're going to do our very last segment, which is the gaming segment, which is the one that you pulled your pubes out during, maybe, after, before.
Yes. All the above.
Yes. He just had one hand on the controller and one hand down his pants the entire time.
Yeah, that's why there's no camera.
Yeah. That's why I didn't look at you a single time during the whole thing. Anyway, gaming segment in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, future us. We are in the gaming segment of the anniversary episode. We're playing Wheel of Fortune, or should I say Wheel of Not Fortune.
Or in my case, the game that makes me want to rip my pubes out and eat them.
Okay. Did you want to try me being player 2?
No.
I kind of want to do that.
That sucks. Let's do it.
Do what?
You can try being player 2.
Okay, give me controller now.
Actually, this works better because of the controller.
What the fuck
happened?
What did I just do?
What did we do? I think we both did that.
My bad. Oopsie doopsie.
I regret nothing.
I regret everything. Your your controller is a lot lighter than mine. Local. I think you have to hit A. Classic.
Quick, family.
Classic.
Let's do classic. Not because you told me to, but because I want to.
Okay.
And I want...
So you're me.
How did you do that?
By hitting the button on the screen that told me that I could do that.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be mean.
Sure. Okay. Start game. Normal.
But yeah, the last time we played this on Couch Potatoes, how long did we record for?
I have no idea, but I think we played at least 2 games. And Morgan got bankrupted like at least 75,000 times. We're going to test the theory that this game has it out for player 2.
I'm convinced it just has it out for me.
We will see about that.
Thank you for joining us.
What was wrong with your face?
Nothing.
For $1,000.
Oh, what's wrong with his face?
Nothing.
Food and drink.
Food and drink. Dude.
Contestant number 2, it's your chance.
Wait, no, and Nana. Bananas. Dipped.
That's an H.
In what? Thank you. Dipped in chocolate. Latte. Chocolate. I can't see the edge of the screen.
Are we ready for another toss-up round? The amount is $2,000, and the category is in the kitchen.
In the kitchen.
My wife!
Okay.
Contestant number 3, go ahead.
As soon as the cue came up, I knew what it was.
Yeah.
As much as I enjoy standing here, I'm ready to get the show started. I think
Let's
it's
get
time
this
to
shit
start
going,
this round.
bro.
Category is occupation.
Occupation.
Number 3, why don't you go ahead and take the first spin?
Nutbuster.
Almost there. Guys. I'm sorry, there are none on the board.
Ha! Dumb motherfucker. This is you.
It's so close.
Did I win it?
You have to guess the letter first.
B.
Unfortunately, there are none on the board. I'm sorry.
Stupid motherfucker. Just kidding.
What was my strategy? Like, just swear words?
I don't fucking know.
Was that my strat? I think that was my strat.
Gonna make it.
That's the same one you got.
Unfortunately, that's
What?
not we need.
No tease.
That's bullshit. That took me a second. Come on, big money, big money, big money. Average money.
50.
Okay. Jackass.
Have any of those?
Damn it.
No.
Holy shit.
I'm the jackass. Your character looks Asian.
We have one.
My character?
Yeah.
Slightly, I guess.
Like the facial structure.
Okay.
Like, obviously the skin tone is not Asian, but...
They could be white Asians. Bullshit!
Wow, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
I don't think it's letting me spin.
It absolutely is. I saw you do it.
No, but it wasn't... Cunt! Oh my god, it worked!
Nice.
That's a fair bit of cash you picked up.
I got $700 for my cunt.
Okay.
Oh, I go again?
Yeah.
Okay, so it tells me to hold, but I just press it. Okay, cool.
Okay. Are you hitting the paddles on the back?
No.
Interesting. There aren't very many letters left. What the fuck is this? 5.
Kill myself!
4.
You don't seem to have any of those.
Oh.
Give me money.
Do we have any of those?
What the fuck is this? Is it nothing but vowels?
800. I'm sorry.
Why would you choose Q?
You stupid quacket!
Quacket! That sounds like a slur.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
600.
There are no more swear words that have letters. Porn! Oh.
Great job. That's
Why is this working?
As I said, that can't be Copenhagen.
No, it's Copenhagen.
Oh, I know what it is!
I don't.
I think I know what it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Was there an R?
Yes, R was the last word. I want M.
Yes, we have.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, I know what the last word is.
That's a lot of money you won there.
Oh, I know. I do know what it is, actually.
I don't know what the first word would be.
Wait, no, I don't. There's a G. Yeah, I don't know what that is. All you can do is buy a vowel.
How do I do that?
Look at the screen.
What vowel would you like?
A.
Yes, we have some A.
That is not where I thought. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, okay, I do know what it is.
Campaign.
Yeah, it's campaign manager.
What vowel would you like?
No. You stupid idiot. Why would you do that? Solve.
To win.
No, you just lost money for no reason. Solve.
Oh.
Sounds like you're ready to solve. Go ahead.
I forgot that that was a thing.
I wasn't sure how you were going to solve this.
Are you not looking at the screen?
I can barely read over there.
You can barely read. Well, then tilt the fucking thing.
Contestant number 1, go ahead and take the first spin.
Okay. I want that one. Yeah, holding it does not work.
Interesting. Yo.
You hit big with $3,500.
Yay! I want a bitch. Do we have a bitch?
We have one.
We have a bitch.
Nice. Oh!
$1 million. Hold on tight to that. Yes, we have some R's.
I don't remember what the $1 million does. If you get it at the end of the show, or like
That's still just 1,000.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Car.
600. Do we have any of those?
Oh.
With the free play, you've got a second chance that you can certainly buy a vowel. No, we don't seem to have any of those.
Oh, the free play just means that whatever you do, you're safe. If you don't, like, if nothing's on the board, then okay. I'm stupid. I thought that meant something else.
I know you must be excited
I love the fact that they just have a car.
Buy a vowel? Wow,
Yeah.
Not a single one on the board.
It's just like a bunch of Mexicans running around with saws.
What?
Midget Mexicans.
What? Again? Fuck you!
With $3,500.
Woo! I'm gonna buy myself a tiki girl!
A what?
Tiki girl.
Okay.
I want...
Oh, I might know that second letter. 5, 4, 3. I do not know that second word. Oh, you bitch!
Well,
Yeah.
looks like you won't be winning the
Yeah,
$1
this game
million,
has
but it's
a hard on
chance
for
to go
fucking
home
over the second.
with a lot of cash.
The second player.
North Dakota?
North Dakota. Oh, that might be North.
Oh! Yeah! North is a thing.
I do know what this is, actually.
Sweet! I get a midget car! Where's my Mini Cooper?
Okay.
I want my H for hand job.
Wow, good job.
Okay, from there I have no idea. So I'm just gonna stick with my swear words.
Oh no! 600.
Oh,
Not
son of a bitch.
Not so fun now, is it?
You still don't know what this is?
I don't live in North Dakota!
I know. Oh, you poor stupid son of a bitch.
We need to take that back from you.
I'm so sorry.
And so it begins.
I was gonna say, you're still in first place. By $100.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna start ripping my pubes here. Pubes hairs out here in a second.
Okay.
Bismarck!
Yeah, but what's that last letter? Bismarck.
Good job. You backed the
Oh, is it a
normal winner tonight.
is it a C? I swear to God, do not fuck me.
With your
That's
first
gonna do
place,
nothing for me. I mean, as long as it's a yeah, okay, that's yeah, that does nothing for me. Whatever. Okay.
Where the fuck is Bismarck?
In North Dakota.
Where's North Dakota?
Did you just pull out
North of South Dakota.
Where's South Dakota?
prize round?
South of Canada.
You'll be getting a special
Oh,
prize
okay.
on top of the cash.
Where's
Category
Canada?
is Landmark.
North of America.
Contestant number 2, you're up first.
Yay!
Okay, I might actually do good in this.
Landmark?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might actually do good in this. I'm not sure.
I got no money for that last round. Fuck off!
No, I see why you like this game.
Yeah? So easy AI players are brain dead. Normal AI players are severely retarded. And hard AI players are room temperature IQ.
Wow, not a single one on the board. I'm sorry.
Am I an AI?
Perhaps.
Actual intelligence, 0.
Yeah.
900.
Dude, you got fucked hard last round. I'm so sorry.
Not as hard as you got fucked.
Yeah. I mean, at least you had money at one point.
Ow! That was a K.
Yeah.
I know my letters.
Did you know that there is a Pizza Hut literally 7 miles away from the Great Pyramid?
That seems far away.
7 miles isn't that far away. It's like just before you hit Burley.
It looks like you're ready to solve contestant number 3.
Damn it.
I was trying to figure out how to do root beer.
Root beer? Yeah, kind of.
So it's not something of the Christ.
No.
We have one team. Well, that's a hefty amount to add to your contestant number 2. Your chance to
I will pass it so I can try and get more money.
any of those. No, I'm sorry.
Also, do a V.
Yes, we have some V's. That's a lot of money to win.
There's probably no way in God's green earth you'll be able to get this, but if you don't know what it is, hit Y.
R.
A squirrel.
Yeah. I squirrel.
Not bad. You got quite a bit of money now. Contestant number 2. Would you like to solve?
Yes. I think it's AE? Yes.
Where?
Tel Aviv. It's the capital of Israel.
Israel has a capital?
It's a country, therefore yes.
Oh, Israel finally became a country.
It's been a country for quite a while.
Back in my day, wasn't it?
Round, I think. Let's get over there.
Give me something good. Give me something good. I cannot believe that I won.
Would you follow me over here, please?
Yeah, yeah.
Thing.
Thing.
There are 6 letters we can give you.
Oh my God, really? Oh, okay.
Let's see what kind of help we can
Okay.
Contestant, would you please choose 3 consonants and a vowel?
G. M.
I know what it is.
D. A.
Pretty sure you were going to get that one.
Whoa. Gray.
Okay, time is limited, so
Grab. Grap. Grab. Graph. Grack. Graw. Graw. Grax. Graz.
You are complicating this so much.
I know the second word is smile. Grack. Graph. Grack. Graph. Grow. Grow. Gray. I'm just gonna say gray. Smile. Oh, there's no L! Oh! Oh no! Smile. Smith. Smythe. Smipe. Smide. Smaw. Smav. Smay. Smaz. Smaze. Smize. Smife. Smibe. Smooth. Smook. Smooth.
Time is running low.
Shut up!
10 seconds
Smoop. Gray. Smoke. Gray smoke!
Yep.
No! No!
Yep.
Son of a bitch!
It was staring you right in the fucking face. Gray smile?
I don't fucking know! Shit!
I was just looking at it, and I was just like, this is so fucking obvious.
Yeah, well, I'll be laughing at you at the Pizza Hut across from the pyramids. Fuck you.
Yeah, well, I'll see you when I buy a corner of a house.
Okay. You wanna play again? We're only at 33 minutes.
Actually, that was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Hit it.
Rematch. A street chicken pin pay or mystery wedge. Flip it if you lose less than about the mama.
Even though I won a lot of money already, if I had lost that, I would be committing Sudoku.
I wish he would. That was harsh. I'm sorry.
Wow.
It doesn't say much. Why don't you tell us about yourself? How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us today.
Who's the black-haired bitch?
Oh, she looks like my cousin. Mine.
This one is people.
Small, Asian, and black hair.
Jennifer Aniston.
Jeez Louise. Jeff? New Jeff? Nope. New.
Are you ready to
Oh!
contestant number 3?
I hit the button as soon as she did too.
That's not a person.
It's a kind of person? What
Not
are you
jerking
doing?
off.
Okay. Siri? Oh.
Contestant number 2, go ahead.
You've gotten that before.
Are we all ready to start?
Yeah.
Well, let's get to our places.
Because I would have never fucking gotten that otherwise.
Yeah.
Contestant number 2, go ahead and take the first spin.
Fun and games. Crank and hog. Smack and monkey.
Masturbation. Tranny sundress?
Okay.
Trump?
Let's go.
I don't know.
Son of a bitch.
That's about as painful as
Ah! The rage is starting to come back! Fuck you and your money grabbing ass.
Unfortunately, that's not what we need.
Your character probably works on the fucking street corner.
Okay.
Selling
down.
hot dogs and dildos.
Okay.
And
No, we don't see
flashing,
Why the fuck?
flashing her tits for
Your turn.
tips. Penis tips.
Your turn.
Yes, we have some teams.
The first that I saw it, the very first frame of it showing the puzzle, I thought it was going to be Scooby Dooby Doo and Shaggy too.
Scooby Doo ... and Shaggy.
Yeah. Damn, at least it's not bankrupt.
It might as fucking well be.
No, you gotta keep your money.
I don't want my money. I want to win.
You win by getting money, dumbass. Therefore, yes, you do.
Oh.
No, no, no. Son of a bitch!
Yay!
Take that back from you.
Give it to me. That bitch poor.
Yeah.
Not as poor as you, but poor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm the comic book boy. I'm the one who comic books.
Song title. Okay, I got this. You got this, Morgan.
Pat, pat.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Oh, what a fuck you.
Yeah. It's like the game was listening.
Yeah, exactly.
500.
Can I get P?
Wow, not a single one of
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
Well, they didn't have any money to begin with, so it's fine.
Yes, we have some R's.
I like to solve a puzzle. Is it?
It probably has something to do with trauma.
After we're done playing this, we're both gonna have trauma from this.
I already do. I'm having flashbacks.
Fuck you!
Eat a dick! Eat a dick! Suck my pussy, you fucking... Suck my pussy, you fucking fat turd.
Okay.
Wait, did she just guess 900?
No, what? No, she guessed Q.
Oh.
She always guesses the super dumb letters.
Like 900?
Yeah.
Is mayonnaise and it's a letter?
Unfortunately,
what the fuck?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck is a song?
What? A song?
Song title.
Song title?
Yeah.
What do you... Oh, song title. I thought it said subtitle. I'm fucking stupid.
Great job. That's quite a bit of cash.
I thought that was a really weird category. Well, in that case, I'm gonna guess a B, because there's always a B in song titles. Wait, I guess not.
That was the second thing I did.
Oh.
We have one B. Well, that's a healthy amount to add to your winnings tonight.
I like to solve. Is it seductory?
Sex driver's rainy. Zebra. What?
Holy shit.
But we still have some of the show left, so hang on.
That was just a panicked...
It looks like
I know the bottom two words.
contestant number one.
I shouldn't have...
Oh.
Oh!
Yep, you got it. Good fucking job, dude. Holy shit.
That is the first one I have ever gotten right.
Very good job. I can pay at least a month's rent with that. And have enough left over for maybe a full tank of gas. Okay, Mr. Morgan, that was fun. You did better than you ever have.
I still have pube hairs, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Let me go rip those out real quick.
Okay. Let's bring it back to Future Us, where we're going to continue the 1 year anniversary extravaganza. Wow!
That was... I got one right.
You did!
I totally forgot about that.
You did get one right. And
Yeah.
you were in first place for like a whole 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really doing anything. So
Yeah.
that's not really it. But I got one right.
Yeah, you did.
And you won both times.
Yes.
But I put up a better fight than I did the first time.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I rage quit, so that's not a hard bar to surpass now, is it?
Yeah. Probably gonna be because we accidentally answered like 2 other questions along with the other ones that we did. So like who came up with the names and how far we've looking back how far we've come. We've already answered those. So our last question, before we wrap up the anniversary extravaganza. My energy levels are not the same. But we're at 50 minutes, so it's to be expected. But our last question is, if you could collab with anyone, who would it be?
Jacksepticeye.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's my idol. He's been my idol since I was like 13.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah, well, not as sad as... You know what? I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
It was a religion joke.
Okay. Very
But-
cool. Yep.
Hey, just appreciate that I stopped.
Okay. I would want to collab with fuck. Either in two different sectors of the internet, I guess. Wendigoon, of course, to have a fuck the government special. That would be cool.
Hit us up.
Or this guy called Papa Gut, who does reaction content. I think it would be really cool to he also does political shit too. It would be really cool to kind of just pick his brain and go on a fuck Trump type of a rampage together.
I literally thought you were going to say pick his nose.
No. No, he has Tourette's and he goes like this a lot, so that would be kind of hard to kind of aim.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But I feel Jack and I our energy levels would, match up very nicely.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I would, or Gray Steel Place. That's another one.
Huh.
Because he does a lot of dark humor shit. And gaming as well. So. And he's a Florida man.
Okay. All I know about Jacksepticeye is and also he's a fucking DILF now.
DILF?
Dad, I would like to fuck.
Oh.
Yeah. Like something about his Irish lineage, I guess, is making his hair go gray already. Like more than just some streaks. Like half his head is gray now.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
And I like me some silver foxes. And he's
But Jack is also just a genuine good person.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't run around like, oh, I'm Jacksepticeye. Meh, meh, meh. But if people walk up to him on the street and like, hey, can I get a picture? He's like, abso-fucking-lutely. And he does so many charities and just he's a very wholesome, overall good guy.
Yeah.
And he has gotten me through some really rough times in my life.
Okay.
So I would love to be able to work with him. I would love to actually just be able to say hello.
The only reason why I don't like him, and it's nothing against him, is because my ex-wife's brother would play him non-stop and fall asleep to him. So there have been many, many nights where I've had to listen to his voice while I've trying to either sleep or fuck. It's not great.
I can imagine. I can understand that, but
just having the whole thing being blocked out for the most part and just going through your strokes, going to town, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh fuck. Like one time, no joke, sorry for the TMI, but one time I popped out and tried to go back in as that happened because it scared me, and then just jammed it right into her leg, and I'm like, anyway.
Jacksepticeye ruining
boners.
Bedroom relations since 2013.
Jack, you almost broke my boner once.
Dude,
how do you feel about that?
Dude, it's funny you bring that up because they have a segment, or he has an episode literally called Bonercast.
Cool.
And literally him and his friends are playing prop hunt and just running around making boner jokes and talking about doing a podcast about boners, which they never did, sadly. But it was fucking hilarious. It was great. And I'm so sad they never did it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Up, go down!
Next time on the podcast, there's a couple things I want to do. One is another TikTok show, but also I have compiled my favorite videos of all time on TikTok. And I have been on TikTok for about, it started like 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago. So like 4 years 4 years of favorites on TikTok. I've compiled them together, all of the funny ones, and it's about half an hour long, and I would like us to react to it.
That is
Specifically
both exciting and terrifying all at once.
Oh, my humor is all over the fucking place. I bet
Is there
you
a lot of gay shit?
No.
Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of gay shit.
No, gay shit is in shit that makes no fucking sense, maybe, but like, or shit that you don't care about, maybe, because there's a couple of like comic book jokes in there, shit like that, but not actual like homosexual shit. There is a homosexual shit in it, like a gay man taking a dump. Never mind, there's not. I'm just kidding.
You are not helping me be less scared.
Well, be scared, motherfucker.
I already am.
I think you'll enjoy it. I think some of them will make you go like, what the fuck? And some of you will go like, how are you laughing at this? And some of you that will make you laugh your fucking ass off.
Okay, yeah, I'm excited for that.
Okay.
But it probably won't be until after I get back.
Oh, that's right. You said you didn't want to do anything channel-wise for a little bit.
No, I didn't say that. I just said I need a vacation.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So,
You've won a vacation to...
my mom's house.
My ass.
Didn't one of us win a vacation in Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, I think we both did, actually.
It
was the same one.
I'm going to edit it so that it's like, you have won a vacation to your mom's house.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was Egypt. Yeah, I remember because I was like,
oh, yeah.
I think it's really weird that there's a Pizza Hut like only 5 miles away from 7 miles away from the Great Pyramids. You can see them across the street.
But why I said it. Shut up! I developed Tourette's for a second.
Okay, stop.
Do it again, and I will punch you in the nose. Which is not hard to miss.
Okay.
Or, which is hard to miss. Not hard to miss? You have a big nose. But no, I was like, if you'll remember correctly, I said something along the lines of like, that's a far away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. And I'm like, that's not too far from the next town over.
But if you think about it, walking through the desert.
Well, you'll have like a buggy or like.
But
do they have cars in Egypt? I don't know.
Or would it be. Because sand gets in the horn.
Oh.
But like, imagine having to walk from the pyramids to Pizza Hut because you just want a goddamn pepperoni pizza and you're poor. Fucking, you left all the money in King Tut's tomb.
Okay.
And you only have enough for a slice of pepperoni pizza. That would be hell. Having to trudge through sand for 7 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And then having to trudge back to wherever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Because you spent your last $7 on fucking pizza.
By the way, we're not doing this again. Not in a year. Maybe we'll do it for our 3-year, but we're not doing this again next year.
No, we'll plan something, but definitely not.
Yeah. We're not.
How?
We're not doing this once a year.
No,
fuck this.
I thought it was gonna be a lot more manageable.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when we get a new PC, it'll be a little bit better.
Maybe, but it's still
because it'll speed things up.
It's still just so many man hours, so many.
Yeah. Also, we got a new monitor, and it's a lot smaller, but it's not. I thought I would notice it a lot more than I am.
The size?
Yeah. Which is super cool. Anyway,
it's very sleek.
Do you have anything else to say before we close out our extravaganza?
Thank you to all of those that have checked out the links on screen, right?
And in the description.
But they are on screen.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
This
you.
video is actually going to be the very first video that our artist makes thumbnail for.
Yeah.
And hopefully they will get it done on time.
Thank you to those that have checked out the links down below. Thank you to those that watch. Thank you to those that subscribe and like and support us in any way, shape, or form. We appreciate every single one of you.
Yes.
Except you, Dave. Fuck Dave.
Okay. We are actually thinking that now that you've reminded me, I am thinking of branching out to different platforms. I tried to get onto an RSS feed, but that costs money. So maybe not. But I was looking at a place called Kick. I don't know. I think it's just a streaming platform. I don't know if they actually allow uploads of videos.
How is it spelled?
Kick.
How is it spelled?
I don't know. How do you spell kick?
There's a few different ways you could spell it.
There's only one way to spell it correctly.
Okay.
Okay.
Because there was an app back in the day.
Yeah, that's KIK. No, it's not that.
That's why I was asking.
Why would I upload videos to a text chat based application?
It's been years. I don't know what they fucking are doing over there.
Anyway,
you act
also,
like that's a weird thing.
Anyway, there's also a place called Rumble that I'm looking at. They do kind of like YouTube does with subscriptions and different things. So I might upload over there. And there's a place called Post. I'm not sure what kind of video platform device that is, but I've heard about it, and I've been looking into a couple of other different options just to branch out. So if I figured it out by the time this video goes up, check the description to see if those links are there.
Yeah, obviously it won't be on screen.
Yeah.
Because we put that on at the time of recording.
Yeah.
Anyways, hit like, hit subscribe. Please hit like. For the love of God, hit like. I have spent so much time on this, and I'm not even done.
Yeah. Don't forget to check out the playlists on the channel. There's the Taboo Tech Talk, there's the Taboo Couch Potatoes, there's the Morgan Plays, and there's the Nick Plays, and there's the Lizards with the Most. Check out all that shit. All that good shit. All that primo delectable shit. And I hope that you've had a wonderful day. Bless your grandmother. And if your name is
Dave, fuck you.
Or Catherine, see you in hell.
That is just a cunt name.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Peace.